never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. There's not a lot of faith in an aging Joe Biden among independent voters.
In a recent Economist YouGov poll, nearly half of independent voters expressed the view that President Biden's health and age severely restrict his ability to serve as president. The poll revealed that 48% of independent voters share that opinion, while only 11% believe that Biden's age and health have no impact on his job performance. I'm John Schaefer.
The battle between the governors of California and Florida is ratcheting up now, with Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom threatening criminal prosecution against Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. Newsom claims DeSantis transported illegal immigrants to his state under false pretenses. During a trip to the U.S. southern border Wednesday, DeSantis said there's plenty of issues with illegal immigration.
In Florida, we have had people who've crossed the border commit crimes in our state.
DeSantis says Florida is not a sanctuary state. The White House is blaming poor climate for Canada's out-of-control wildfires that are also triggering air quality alerts from smoke spreading high in the sky across half of America. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said climate remains a priority for President Biden.
He made tackling climate change one of his top priorities and has done historic investments in doing just that.
She said the U.S. has dispatched firefighters and other resources to help Canada battle those fires. In Iowa on Wednesday, on his 64th birthday, former Republican Vice President Mike Pence announced his 2024 run for the White House.
This country has been so good to my family, and I've been honored to serve it. We both have. And it'd be easy to stay on the sidelines. That's not how I was raised.
Fox News is claiming former host Tucker Carlson violated his contract with the network by launching his own Twitter show. This is USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
House Republicans in the Conservative Freedom Caucus are now blocking several bills backed by Republican leadership for moving forward in protest of Speaker McCarthy's handling of the debt deal. Lisa Taylor has that.
The group, made up mostly of House Freedom Caucus members, took the rare step of teaming with Democrats Tuesday to vote no on a procedural rule vote for a series of bills. The rule failed on the House floor, marking the first time that's happened since 2002. On Wednesday, GOP leadership was scheduled for a vote on a rule to advance bills related to gas stoves and regulatory reform. But when the time rolled around, leadership was forced to recess as talks to break the impasse continued. Conservatives argue McCarthy's debt deal with President Biden did not cut enough spending. I'm Lisa Taylor.
High-profile lawyer Tony Buzbee will represent impeached Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton in his Senate trial. The Houston-based attorney confirmed Tuesday he will lead Paxton's defense team against what he calls a fatally flawed impeachment. A new report in San Diego says the low water level in the Salton Sea may be helping delay a major earthquake on the San Andreas Fault.
We found that the stress induced by the weight of the lake and the diffusion of fluid down to seismogenic depth was sufficient enough to trigger past earthquakes.
However, lead author Riley Hill also says the delay may mean an even larger earthquake once the San Andreas does move. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Here we go. Cue the microphone. Turn the camera on. There we go. Up and at 'em as we close out a Wednesday. Made it through Hump Day, midweek in the books. Well, at least in the Eastern time zone. Here comes a Thursday. Yeah, hard to believe. You can almost see the weekend from here. Well, that is if you can see through the smoke. You got hazy conditions all through the Ohio Valley region, air quality advisories. Yeah, as far as the weather map, look at the Northeast. Air quality advisories for portions of Michigan, all of Indiana, most of Ohio, good chunks of Pennsylvania, all the way down into the Carolinas. North Carolina, northern portions of South Carolina. Seeing those videos and photos coming out of New York City. Wow. Yeah, Larry piped in just a few moments ago. He said, good afternoon, hammer down. Be safe. Heavy smoke in the Northeast. Couldn't even see New York City from the New Jersey Turnpike. Wow. That's kind of the big story of the day. And they're telling people in New York, stay indoors. Yeah, really, talking about big-time health risks. So we'll break that down as we get things underway. What do I see here? 8th day of June, right? Good to have you on board. Hope your week's going well. Aside from the smoky conditions, which we'll get to coming up, most of the country had a great night for moving freight. Not a whole lot of precip to mention until you get back into western Texas. Even at this hour, looking at some strong thunderstorms, prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. It's that zone pretty much sandwiched right between Odessa and Lubbock, Texas. Along the leading edge there, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. There's actually 3 separate clusters of thunderstorms. One line going to be rolling into Amarillo probably in the next hour or so. The cluster between Lubbock and Odessa. And a separate third batch of fairly strong storms right down there along the Texas-Mexico border. So Texas is the zone tonight where you'll be slowing things down a bit. Elsewhere around the country, as I said, pretty quiet for most of the nation. Spotty showers up into portions of Montana once again, and a cluster of pretty decent thunder showers, not reaching severe limits over east central Montana tonight. But yeah, the New York skyline, it's like another planet this week. Yeah, the red sun in a dark orange sky. Yeah, the scene transformed by the thick smoke coming from those wildfires up in Quebec. And according to AccuWeather, it may get worse before it gets better. Brett Anderson, who specializes in forecasts for Canada, said the additional plumes of smoke from the wildfires in Quebec are going to blow over parts of the Northeast and the Midwest probably through the rest of this week. New York City, areas in New England could see some improvement in air quality maybe later today into Friday. There's going to be a bit of a shift in the winds that will begin to direct smoke toward southern Ontario as well as Ohio and Pennsylvania. However, the air quality will improve near the Atlantic coast later today. It's probably going to get worse in areas like Toronto, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan. This weekend could bring another downturn in air quality across the mid-Atlantic. Yeah, by Saturday, the winds are going to send some of that smoke further east once again, meaning air quality could get worse again just as the weekend gets underway. Now, anyone who spends a prolonged amount of time outdoors could actually experience difficulty breathing, throat irritation. When is all this smoke going to dissipate? It may not be until next week when the smoke is swept away and air quality really begins to improve. We will be talking about a pretty decent shift in the weather pattern by early next week. A storm may form over the Midwest, and that's going to completely shift the winds and force most of that smoke back northward in Canada. Of course, that storm could also bring some much-needed rainfall to the parched Midwest, the Northeast, and parts of Ontario. Things have been very dry. But how long are these fires going to continue burning in Canada, though? This week's smoky sky could maybe just be a preview of what's to come throughout the summer in the Northeast. These fires will likely continue to burn over Quebec into the summer as they're in remote, heavily wooded areas. Most of Canada's firefighting efforts are focused on saving homes and other properties far away from the bigger fires. Plus, the team of long-term forecasters is predicting an active wildfire season across the western United States as well, especially in the Northwest, where the wildfire activity there typically peaks August and September. So the hazy conditions, outside the bunker, it's a clear night, but one thing you'll notice is you can't really see hardly any stars. That's the smoke that is higher up in the atmosphere in this region, unlike what New York City has seen over the past several days, smoke all the way down to ground level. Now, exposure to this, how does this air affect us? And what can we do? With the potential of drier and hotter conditions continuing, exacerbating the upsurge in wildfires, these smoky conditions can pose some real health threats. Irritated eyes, heart, lung problems. Wildfire smoke, they explain, contains very tiny particulate matter, 2.5 micrometers in diameter. The tiniest pollutant, which, how small is that? It's about 1/20th the width of a human hair, but it's also the most dangerous. When inhaled, it can travel deep into the lung tissue and actually enter the bloodstream. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, anytime you talk about smoke inhalation, it is a potentially life-threatening situation. More than 2,000 people each year succumb to the effects of wildfire air pollution, according to researchers examining the health impacts of U.S. wildfires from 2008 to 2012. They found that up to 8,500 people are sent to the hospital with smoke-related respiratory issues every year. Of course, if you inhale too much smoke, you can have respiratory failure, and you're not exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide the way you're supposed to. All right, here in the U.S., nearly 519,000 acres have been charred by wildfire so far this year. Now, when the result of burning trees and grass is inhaled, the person you're breathing in more than just smoke and ashes. Toxins and fumes are added to the harmful mix when other things burn, like plastic from a house fire. If you're too close to the fire, of course, you can be exposed to carbon monoxide that poisons your red blood cells, interferes with your oxygen intake, as well as nitrogen dioxide, which dissolves in the airway, lining fluid. That produces a powerful acid that hurts your small airways in the lungs, according to the American Lung Association. So, quickly on that subject, let me see, New York City. Urging residents, they're telling people put those face masks on. If you still have some, especially the recommendation is the N95 or the KN95 masks. The mayor released a statement alerting residents the air quality for all 5 boroughs because of the wildfire smoke. Older adults or those with heart or breathing problems, if you have to be outside, please wear a high-quality mask. Limit outdoor activity. Stay inside when possible. Right now, they say we're taking precautions out of an abundance of caution to protect the health of New Yorkers. Trying to get a better sense of future air quality reports, but schools, for those, most schools are out, but there apparently are still some New York City schools that are open, but they've actually canceled all outdoor sport activities and things, outdoor activities. Some of the outdoor graduation proceedings have been moved indoors. All right, what do we have going on here? Around the country, it is 844-844-3388. We'll start with Debbie there in Indiana. Good morning, Steve. A very comfortable 60 degrees right now in Indiana. Going up to maybe 78 later today. Spoke to Stephanie about the cruise, and she helped me get booked this past day. As first-timers, we're going to be midship with the balcony, probably 6th, 7th, or 8th floor. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Right now, I'm having a very tired Thursday, but I hope everybody else has a terrific Thursday. All right. Yeah, Shorty chimed in. All right. No show. I kind of wondered if are there some issues on Facebook in parts of the country? Because, usually, we've got tons of folks commenting by now, and there's only a handful on board. So I'm assuming it's maybe some regional issues around the country because Pappy's on board. 61 degrees on the far side of western Hamilton County. Beautiful night. Still waiting to hear from Stephanie, Steve. But everybody be safe. Hammer down. Are you with me? Where is everyone? All you nocturnal listeners, pipe up. It ain't like it's Monday. Right? All right. We already said hello to Larry there. So, just a handful of people on board. Roy is with us from Northwest Illinois. 61 degrees at this hour. And there's 5-7. Copy the mail. All right. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Saw some impressive video coming out of Hawaii as the Kilauea volcano, the Big Island, erupting Wednesday morning. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, about 4:44 Hawaii time, the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory detected the glow in the Kilauea summit webcam images, indicating an eruption had commenced under the cover of darkness Wednesday morning. The eruption clearly seen by the Geological Survey webcam, spewing the red and orange lava hundreds of feet into the air as the sun came up Wednesday. Lava lakes, geysers, and clouds of volcanic smoke could still be seen on the live camera. The Emergency Management Agency confirmed the eruption that started just before 5 a.m. Hawaii time. The alert level was raised from an orange watch to a red warning. At this time, no indication that populated areas are threatened, they say. Of course, Kilauea in the Hawaii Volcano National Park, one of the world's most active volcanoes. Last time Kilauea erupted was earlier this year, back on the 5th of January. The eruption lasted 3 months, ended on March the 7th. That eruption just over 5 years after the big 2018 eruption that actually destroyed over 700 homes, devastated many residential areas. That eruption lasted for about 4 months' time. So, code red on the Big Island right now. All right, jump over to Horse Feathers. What's happening on a Thursday?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Well, you mentioned Hawaii, and guess where the wife, daughter, and grandson are this evening?
Really? Hawaii?
Yep, they're out there. They're not on the Big Island. I don't know where's the capital out there? Is that Oahu or something like that? Is that so? I don't know, but it's like the third, fourth island. It's there's a group of big islands together, and they're the last ones furthest west of the big islands, and then there's more small islands further out. So they're not on the Big Island. They're kind of away from that, but all those islands are all tied together by those volcanoes. The molten lava coming up from to the sea floor or below, down in the center of the earth. Maybe something will happen. A big crack will open up, and they'll be able to travel to the center of the earth. Wasn't that a movie or a TV show or something?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Something like that. Yeah. So anyways, yeah. Putting these windshield wipers on ain't helping clearing the smoke out of the way here. What's going on with that up here in Lancaster County here tonight? I should say this morning now, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of strange seeing all this smoke all this far south. But even last night, I was noticing, the moon was never got to be white last night. It was
more of an orange color. Yeah,
it started out really orange, and then through the night, when it would have been really bright, it was kind of a rosish type color. It was really rosy type. It was really kind of odd. Never really remember seeing the moon in that type of shading before. So, but anyways, I don't know. How much are they over? I mean, I understand people that are compromised should be careful, but.
Mm-hmm.
But for the rest of us normal type folks, I mean, is it something that's really drastically necessary to worry about being this far away? That, I mean, I know it's here and we're kind of in it, but I spent a lot of years firefighting and back in the day, to us firemen there, man, we didn't worry about air packs and masks and all those things. You grab a hose or an axe and you run in the burning building and you do your job and You come out hacking up all that black stuff, and what's the first thing? What's the first thing a group of them do standing there at the tailboard of the truck? Light up a cigarette. Got to have a cigarette. Can't breathe. Got to light a cigarette up.
My old boss, Daryl Parks. Yeah, he piped in. He shared a photograph. I guess it looks like it's at the Walmart. He lives up in Buffalo, New York. Which the sign they had posted, due to the poor air quality, the garden center is currently closed. The outdoor. Now he said, well, as I used to say on the radio, we have become veal. By the way, I did cut my grass at the height of the Canadian smoke smog, and I didn't fall over.
Yeah, I saw that post.
Did you?
Somehow I became friends with him. I don't know how, but anyway. But it's I think we've gotten a little overblown here, and I don't know. We got to do news break, don't we?
Yes, indeed we do. As we keep paying attention to the clock. Hey, we'll get to some of the other folks. There's a few chiming in now. Maybe just late getting on board via Facebook, right? And it is 844-844-3388. That's our number. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The U.S. is sending help to Canada as that country deals with dozens of remote wildfires, which are sending smoke across the eastern half of America.
We have already deployed over 600 U.S. firefighters and personnel, as well as equipment like water bombers.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, tens of millions of Americans from the Northeast to the Deep South are now dealing with some smoke from those fires. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis making a surprise trip to the border in Arizona on Wednesday. DeSantis said his state is not a sanctuary state.
We have put forth resources to assist with the transportation of illegal migrants to sanctuary jurisdictions.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is threatening criminal prosecution of DeSantis for transporting migrants from Central and South America. Newsom has argued the transfers were done under false pretenses. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying when they really can't speak. She says her gums have been bleeding. Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore. Yup, New Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore is professionally designed to start healing gums from day one. Right. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
Crest Gum Detoxify and Restore. Smile, Crest has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so yeah, somewhere down the line there appears to be some technical issues. Shorty says Rumble's jacked up. Keep playing the intro. And what else did you see? I noticed, I've got the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, which is live, everything working there, but apparently the Overnight Drive Radio Facebook page is not operational, so go on over to the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page if you've jumped over to the app and you'd like to see the video. So there you go. What do we see? All right, did we get to Bidu? Bidu is on board. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Shorty, I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. Got 75 degrees tonight. Orlando turnaround, number 2. Let me see. He said, show just now popped up. Okay. That was about 10 minutes ago. All right. Good morning, Brother Rambler on board. Good evening or good morning, wherever you may be. Brother Rambler checking in from Bruton, Alabama. A nice 72 degrees at this hour. Yeah, I saw that story. I kind of wondered if anybody would be able to tell us a bit more about the legendary wrestler and former WWF and WWE world champion, the Iron Sheik. Also, Beverly Hills 90210 star, Shannon Doherty's breast cancer has metastasized and went to her brain. So prayers for her, prayers for the Iron Sheik's family, as well as anyone who's going through a tough time right now. Well, I didn't hear about Shannon Doherty. God loves you. He's with you. And I'll try to call in later. Between now and then, behave, drive safe, and know old Brother Rambler loves y'all. And so does Jesus. Yeah, I saw that. The Iron Sheik, the standout Greco-Roman wrestler from Iran, who gained global fame in professional wrestling with his 1980s rivalries, the likes of Hulk Hogan, passed away this past day at 81 years old, according to his official Twitter account. Sheik, whose real name was Hossein Ali Vaziri, the former WWF World Heavyweight Champion, inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame back in 2005. As a hated heel, he had legendary battles in the 80s against the likes of Hulk Hogan, Bob Backlund, Sergeant Slaughter. He beat Backlund for the WWF title December of 83, and a month later, Hogan defeated him in front of more than 20,000 people in New York's Madison Square Garden to win the belt for the first time. That match actually kind of catapulted Hulkamania into what the phenomenon it became, leading to the first WrestleMania 1 year later. So the legendary Iron Sheik. All right, hello to Dave. Off tonight, loads canceled. Going to take a little break from the show, get a little R&R. So safe travels to everyone out there. We've got 56 degrees in western New York tonight. And I'm guessing kind of hazy as well, right? Rock Pick. Hello, Steve. Good morning, truckers, third shift workers, those wise old night owls. It's mostly cloudy, 55 here in Rochester. We are covered with smoke in the morning, and they're telling us expect the same at about 8 a.m. Thank you to the truckers for bringing the eye drops, and all you hardworking Americans bringing home the money. Everybody watch out for the other driver out there. All right. Yeah, boy, the smoky conditions. All right, back to horse feathers. Yes, indeed.
Thanks for holding me over, Your Honor. So yeah, as I was saying there, in the firefighting business back in the day, we'd be in the burning buildings and come out and all coughing and hacking and everything, and guys there have to have a cigarette because they can't breathe. And I always thought that was kind of funny. It's like, didn't you just get enough inside the burning building? You have to have a cigarette
right,
too.
Right.
But anyways, I grew up, with the only heat in the house we had was wood stove. We cut wood all year long, cut and split wood all year long, stack wood, move wood. I can't tell you how many times I handled wood. If I ever handle another piece of firewood again in my life, it'll be too soon. People ask me, wife keeps bugging me. Oh, we got to build a fire pit, firing. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, you do it. I'm done with firewood. But how many people sit around the campfire and cook their s'mores? Have the fire pit and have you ever noticed no matter where you sit around a campfire or a fire pit, the smoke always goes towards you. It doesn't you can move wherever you want around that thing. The smoke always goes towards you. So you can't ever go and then your clothes smell like smoke and everything smells like smoke, and I don't know. But so this is so detrimental to everything. For how bad are the automobiles running now? I mean, are we going to change our car air filters? I mean, the truck air filters, are we sucking so much smoke particles in that it's going to choke off the air going in? So we got incomplete combustion, and we're going to be polluting the air more because of incomplete combustion with the internal combustion engine. How bad is this, Your Honor?
Yeah, that particulate matter, that's way too small. Your filter ain't going to grab that.
All right, well, then it's got to be doing detrimental damage to the engine if the filter's not stopping it. It must be doing something inside there. Maybe the Hot Shot Secret R&D team can get on that and see how much. Maybe we can come up with a product there to protect our engines from the particulate matters of smoke. But I don't know. How much longer can we go on about this, Your Honor?
Right, yeah.
Did you hear? I was listening to Tom Kelly and Bill this morning there, and they had a report out of the Netherlands about something. I forget what it was that happened, and they weren't sure whether it was accidental or done on purpose. There was something in the Netherlands that happened, and that was the report that the way it worked out. They weren't sure. They weren't sure if it was accidental or on purpose, but they were investigating.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be one or the other? Yeah. So that was kind of a long, drawn-out deal there this morning on their show, but that was kind of funny. Anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about all we got there. As I say, the wife, daughter, and grandson, they're all out there, Hawaii, and I was talking with them. They're staying with a friend of the daughter's there. She's got a house, lives out there.
And he lost his cell. Something along that line. All right. Good to hear from you, Horse Feathers. All right. I did get a chance to chat with Kyle a little bit this past day, talking about the big weekend, last weekend in Indianapolis. And I knew Hot Shot Secret sponsored drivers. Of course, it was the 3-day challenge. First of all, the straight line racing, and then the dyno competition. And day number 3 was the sled pool competition. And turns out, Hot Shot Secret sponsored drivers did a complete clean sweep there in Indianapolis, finishing number 1 overall, number 2, and number 3 in the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. How about that? A big congratulations goes out to all the drivers that competed last weekend there at the UCC. We thank you for trusting your trucks with our Powered by Science formulas. So finishing first overall, Hot Shot Secret sponsored Tony and Tyler Burkhart. Finishing number 2 overall, Josh McCormick. And finishing third, Hunter Coffey. All 3 on the podium, Hot Shot Secret sponsored. Boy, oh boy, it's kind of comical because they're competing at the Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis, the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge sponsored by AMSOIL, and Hot Shot Secret sweeps the podium. That's powered by science. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. On to some industry headlines. So they had Tuesday and Wednesday, they've had this Motor Carrier Safety Advisory Committee get together to make recommendations to the FMCSA about trucking regulations. Now, the first day, Tuesday, we've got the update, and I guess probably tomorrow we'll get the full update on what transpired here this past day on Wednesday during the meetings. That's when the recommendations were supposedly brought out. But Todd Spencer of OOIDA is on that committee. He says if the regulations on the books are not improving safety, maybe it's time for the FMCSA to begin taking a different approach. That's the message from Todd Spencer during the Tuesday edition. As again, he's a member on that committee, which is tasked with providing advice and recommendations to the FMCSA on motor carrier safety programs and safety regulations. Coming from a trucking perspective, we've seen lots and lots of regulations. And all of these are supposed to improve highway safety and reduce fatalities, crashes, and injuries. And you know what? That's not happening. At some point, I think it's reasonable to determine the effectiveness of what's actually been done so far. And if we can't show that things actually improved as a result of said regulation, maybe it's time to put that out, that effort, downscale that effort, move in a different direction based on some kind of real logical information that may be more likely to actually produce a positive benefit. Now, he did point out the electronic logging device as example number 1. Although the FMCSA indicated that the hours of service compliance has improved, since enforcement of that mandate, the crash numbers have not. Now, if you take an objective look, there really is not any connection with improved safety outcomes. They are enforcement. They are compliance. They have not improved safety. You have to admit that. Another committee member, Danny Shantz, president of Clark Freight Lines out of Pasadena, Texas, suggested that the agency may need to study the industry's safest drivers to determine the attributes that other drivers could emulate. Another member of the Road Safe America, president of Road Safe America, Stephen Owens, said you need to consider examining the trucking industry's pay-by-the-mile system. That obviously places extra pressure on the drivers. The fact that truck drivers are only paid when the wheels are turning, and that's most of the industry. That undoubtedly creates an environment that incentivizes drivers to push themselves, to keep driving, through storms or rush hour traffic, especially after they've been detained for hours at either a shipper or receiver. Yeah, pay truckers for all the hours they work, whether the truck's moving or not. Dave Heller, Senior Vice President of the Truckload Carriers Association, argued that some of the safest carriers do use the pay-by-the-mile system, and culture may be the larger issue. Well, yeah, Todd agreed with Owens. If the only activity you get paid for is driving, it's hard to say that wouldn't make you go a little further, a little faster maybe, to make up all your lost time. Drivers are asked to work in every type of weather and every type of traffic environment. When the prudent speed to go is significantly below the speed limit, how does that work with compensation? I certainly would never be in the camp of dismissing the role of compensation. So the FMCSA is studying the effects of driver compensation and detention time right now. So again, this past day was day number 2 of the meetings where they were expected to provide some actual recommendations to the FMCSA. As I said, I assume we'll have a full update on that for our Thursday night, Friday morning program. So there you go. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looks like Shorty was correct. Whatever the issue was with the Overnight Drive radio Facebook page. It is back up and running. So you got the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. There we go. Yeah, what do you say? Better late than never, I guess. So we had kind of speculated about that plane that went down, Sunday, that caused NORAD to scramble the F-16s, the big sonic boom heard in and around D.C. As the investigators continue to comb through the wreckage, the theory that is emerging is that the pilot and the 3 passengers had died of hypoxia. The report now is apparently just 15 minutes after that plane had taken off from Elizabethton, Tennessee, headed to Long Island's MacArthur Airport there in New York. Just 15 minutes after takeoff, flight controllers lost contact with the plane. Now, the loss of communication occurred. The plane was already at 31,000 feet. Ultimately, the jet continued up to 34,000 feet, ultimately flying past the destination there at MacArthur Airport, then made the turn and started heading back south toward Washington, D.C. The belief is the plane was on autopilot. Well, that's when the 6 F-16s were launched from 3 bases to intercept the plane. According to the White House National Security Council, the Washington Post, citing unnamed sources, said that one of those F-16 pilots told investigators he saw the pilot, identified as Jeff Hefner, being slumped over his seat there in the cockpit. Now, that F-16 pilot encountered the Cessna about 12 minutes before it crashed there in the mountains near Waynesboro, Virginia. Whatever happened at altitude, which is a critical location to lose pressurization. The higher up in altitude you are, the less time you have to get oxygen on, according to a spokesperson for the FAA. Now, he said pilots have 30 to 60 seconds to don oxygen mask if the plane is depressurized or they risk falling unconscious. Hypoxia. The onset of symptoms, though, is so subtle. It's maybe hard for a person to tell when it's actually happening to them. You might begin breathing at an increased rate. You might feel dizzy, less coordinated, impaired judgment. But when a brain goes without oxygen for too long, the part of the brain that helps with respiration can stop working and prevent a person from breathing. Now, they are looking for the black boxes containing the flight data. This particular plane was not required to have black boxes, so they're not certain whether it actually even did. But using information from the cockpit reporter, the Transportation Safety Board concluded a 1999 plane crash that killed professional golfer Payne Stewart. Very similar, likely caused by hypoxia. Now they're looking to determine what caused the cabin to depressurize shortly after liftoff on Sunday. And why was the pilot not able to put on his oxygen mask before going unconscious? So that's where things stand. That was our first speculation anyway, and sounds indeed like that is the case. A couple minutes before we hit news break, top of the hour, see who we got on board here. Hey, who we got here? Not seeing a name. Okay, the way horse feathers disappeared, I wonder if the phones are having an issue. Oh, let's just get it all together, get it all out of the way in hour number 1. I might have to do a phone reset, so. All right, so let's just take it up to the top. Good morning, Steve. From the TNC Radio.live studios, proudly streaming the Steve Summers Overnight Drive each weeknight from our studios in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas. Okay, Wednesday nights are live, and you catch the rebroadcast right after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. First up, 5 a.m., it's Captain Kirk, Christine Gray, and the group of originals discussing the positives and concerns about the new bill in Congress regarding access to restrooms for truckers. We touched on that last evening. 6 a.m., Angie Baum talks with Bruce Richards, a driver with nearly 30 years' experience who's seen it all. He talks about how the St. Christopher Fund was there when he needed it. He also shares a story of being involved in an accident where the other driver died. It's an amazing hour on Taillights with the Bombs. For 7 a.m., don't miss another installment of Clutch Time Sports. Anderson and Banker talking about the lighter side of sports, the shocking news of the PGA, the NBA Finals, and so much more. TNCRadio.live.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Virginia police say 2 people are dead in the wake of a shooting that followed a high school graduation. It happened Tuesday near the campus of Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. 2 people were taken into custody, but
one of the subjects was detained, was armed with a firearm, but we believe, based upon our investigation at this time, that he is uninvolved in the shooting itself. We have another individual who is in custody who is 19 years old, who we believe was involved in the shooting.
He stated he would go blow for blow with former President Trump in a mudslinging contest if it comes to that in the upcoming GOP presidential primary. Fellow Republican and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie on Tuesday night officially threw his hat into the ring.
I guarantee you that at the end of it, you will have no doubt in your mind who I am and what I stand for and whether I deserve it.
Christie joins an already crowded GOP field that's expected to grow Wednesday when former Vice President Mike Pence is expected to formally announce his candidacy. The White House has launched a new website that lets you monitor big new road, bridge, and other infrastructure projects.
It's called invest.gov, and it tracks both public and private projects. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
In addition to over $200 billion that have already happened in terms of those federal investments, there have been over $400 billion of private investments.
The site will summarize government spending state by state, including jobs created and businesses started. Despite the record number of jobs created during his term, the president has had a tough time getting credit. The invest.gov website hopes to help fix that. I'm Rich Johnson.
It's officially the deadliest time of the year for teenage drivers. AAA says the 100 days between Memorial Day and Labor Day is when there are the most car accidents involving teens. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The PGA Tour and LIV Golf have agreed to merge, ending the rivalry that has engulfed the golf world over the past year. Ira Spitzer says the deal means that the Saudi government, LIV's main backer, will have a major stake in the new business entity.
Professional golfers appeared to have been blindsided by the news. Previously, the PGA's top official Jay Monahan had criticized LIV as an attempt for Saudi Arabia to buy the game of golf. Now he will become the chief executive at the new collectively owned for-profit entity. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
A new report says a flood at Mar-a-Lago has raised suspicions among federal investigators looking into former President Trump's handling of classified documents. According to the report, it's unclear if prosecutors have determined whether the flooding of the server room was intentional or an accident. Actor and Staten Island native Pete Davidson may not be so happy since his purchase of a Staten Island ferry boat.
During a Transformers Rise of the Beast premiere, the comedian told Entertainment Tonight he has no idea what's happening with the ferry he bought with fellow SNL star Colin Jost last year. Davidson admitted he and Jost were very stoned when they plunked down $280,000 with other investors to buy the decommissioned vessel. The original plan was to turn it into an event space, but that idea may have been scuttled. Liz Warner, NBC News Radio, New York.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back as we roll into a Thursday, right? Looking at 58 degrees outside the secret bunker. Hazy conditions. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Canadian wildfires. I did a phone reset, so I know we had several on hold. The lines are clear, back up and running. I did a quick check, so you can dial us up again at 844-844-3388. Buckeye Boy did check in briefly from Florida, 77 degrees. Going to be doing my delivery in Hollywood tomorrow. Hanging out there till Friday. A little tired tonight. Going to get some rest. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, smoky but dry in Radford, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Hello to the Roadmaster, Chillicothe, Ohio. Good morning to all the gang. Everybody drive safe out there. And there's Eskimo Mom. Howdy from Indiana. Got my regular run tonight. We do have some fog tonight. Kentucky and southern Indiana. No word on the fire at our Springfield terminal, but they are allowing it to be used as a drop lot with no amenities. So that's at least a start there. Again, 62 patchy fog on 265. All right, so what would we do without the internet? Would life go on? A groundbreaking mission by NASA's Parker Solar Probe has successfully ventured through solar wind for the first time. The aim is to prevent people on Earth from being unable to get on the internet. Scientists have issued warnings about the potential impact of a solar storm, commonly referred to as an internet apocalypse, which could happen within the next decade. Now, this spacecraft was launched 5 years ago, went on a remarkable journey, which took it close to the sun's surface, where solar wind is generated. Solar wind is a continuous stream of charged particles emanating from the sun's outermost atmosphere, the corona. Now, despite the extreme conditions of intense heat and radiation, the Parker Solar Probe persevered, and got some crucial insight into the workings of the sun. A lead author of the study with California University here explained the significance of understanding the solar wind. Winds carry lots of information from the sun to the earth, so understanding the mechanism behind the sun's wind is important for practical reasons right here on Earth. It's going to affect our ability to understand how the sun releases energy and drives geomagnetic storms, which are a threat to our communications networks. Now, such an event could leave people without internet access for months or even years. That would render satellites and power lines useless. With the advanced instrumentation, the Parker Solar Probe detected solar wind with unparalleled detail. So we've gathered crucial information that is lost as that wind exits the corona in the form of protons, photons, and electrons. And they kind of tried to explain how that all worked out, but, no internet access. You wouldn't be listening to the sound of my voice. Everything involved with putting the program together. Internet connection for our news, internet connection for the phones, internet connection for video. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. You could only imagine. All right, industry headlines. We'll start with a bit of a comical story. Motorists captured some surprising video of a mechanical dragging that put on kind of an impromptu show for folks that were waiting at the ferry terminal in British Columbia a few weeks ago. In the video, a mechanical dinosaur, which normally it entertains, you'll see this thing entertaining crowds at like the monster truck shows. If this thing rises up at the ferry terminal, begins breathing fire, roaring, entertaining the crowd there. The fun is halted when a worker comes on the loudspeaker and says, hey, could the oversized vehicle with the dragon please stop with the fire already? All right. Now, this is interesting out of the Atlanta area. If you're fed up with having your vehicle booted in the Atlanta area, Drivers are turning to a new product to avoid the pricey removal fees. There's a website, ATL Boot Keys, that was recently started by a resident there after he became frustrated with his frequent vehicle booting while parking in the city. The website sells boot keys for different parts of the city based on which companies are doing most of the booting in that area. Is that legal? They say there are 4 different keys available for $50 each, or you can get a bundle of all 4 keys for $150. The ATL boot keys have sold about 600 of these boot keys already. Atlanta is tired of the boot. The people hate the boot. Now, speaking to the Fox affiliate in Atlanta, the popularity of ATL boot keys even prompted the Atlanta Police Department to release a statement on the legality. That's the question. Atlanta police say it is not illegal to own a boot key, but using the boot key to remove a boot may result in charges like criminal trespass, theft of services, theft by taking, or damage to property. But they also noted the Atlanta Police Department does not intervene between motorists and the private business owners when vehicles are booted in violation, unless a criminal matter arises. So it sounds like in most cases, unless something else is going on, you can actually remove the boot and be on your merry way. So for $50 per key, probably better to have the bundle pack, but it's probably a whole lot less of an investment. What's the price to get a boot removed there in Atlanta? All right, good morning, Vic. What's happening?
Oh, not a whole lot there. You were mentioning that solar wind and all that. Years ago, they said the Russians wouldn't transfer to the transistors. They kept using the vacuum tubes because in a nuclear explosion, it would shut down all the electrical impulses. But I never could figure out. I could understand the part about the vacuum tube, but it's have you ever worked like on the old time radios and stuff and seen all the wires running from the different tubes and all that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I couldn't understand it. But okay, the vacuum tube I understand, but it still has to go down the electrical wire, so I couldn't see how that would work. But that's what they told us anyway. That's why the Soviets were still using vacuum tubes whenever the rest of the world was moved on to integrated circuits and all that. But the reason I called was right at the end of your show last night, had a guy call in, I think he goes by Sundance, and I couldn't quite understand what he was talking about, but I thought they had passed a law that the fuel surcharges had to go to the person that was actually buying the fuel. And the way he was talking, somehow he sounded to me like the brokers or the company rather than the driver was getting the fuel surcharge. And did they get that law passed to where that the fuel surcharge had to go to the person that was buying the fuel rather than the broker? Because that was a big issue several years back there.
See, I was trying to understand how he was explaining that it wasn't like they were, not giving him the fuel surcharge. I mean, he was on a percentage or whatever, and whatever his percentage was, didn't he say that they took the fuel surcharge off the rate they were getting that he was supposed to get a percentage of, so that knocked down the actual cost of the whatever the run was going to be, and then they added the fuel surcharge back in, but by removing it off the top of what the original cost was going to be. So it made it sound like there's a roundabout, like a backdoor way. I guess technically they could say we're still giving him the surcharge, but they took it off the top rate.
Yeah, well, do you remember the big discussion they had about the lumper rates also? Because those companies used to be notorious for that. They would actually want to tax the driver for the lumper rates and stuff, and they'd say, well, it wasn't the company, it was the driver that was paying the lumper, but they had to take out the income tax withholding, was what I was trying to think of. But yeah, there are a lot of games that companies would pay, but the thing that jumped out at me was that he said he grossed $400,000 and netted $200,000. Well, that's one whopping return there to gross that much and your net be 50% of your gross. There's not too many places that happens, but I didn't really know how he was figuring his net and expenses and everything. But I didn't know if maybe you'd talk to him later or something, had him kind of explain that.
No, I did not. No.
Okay. Well, it just thoroughly confused me, and I haven't really kept up with the financial side of the trucking thing too much. I just know that all these different trucking companies, I think a lot of them are making pretty good money right now. Maybe they aren't, but my niece that my niece that had been in the brokerage business and also worked for a couple of trucking firms. She's the one was there in Louisville, used to advertise, and I've even forgotten it. And then the other one's back on the other side of the river. And when this coronavirus stuff hit, she was one of those that had a lot of strokes and that it caused her to have strokes. And finally, here about a month ago, she thought she's going to have to go on kidney dialysis, and she just essentially gave up. Said just get me out here and I'll go to hospice. And within a month, she was gone. So anyway, she was kind of my source since I'm not actively involved anymore. But like I said, he pretty well, lost me sort of looking at the books, because as you've mentioned, trucking, transportation, I'll just say transportation in general, that is such a barometer of what's going to be happening in the wider economy. And I kind of try to watch that, even though I'm not really actively investing anymore. But and we've all been down that, talked about those lease purchases.
Right.
Some people they work out for, and some they don't. They were notorious, for that balloon payment thing. And a lot of guys, when it came time for the balloon payment, they hadn't a prayer of making that payment. And so, then they'd, rinse and repeat, as the saying goes. But that was what I called about there, Steve. I was just, I didn't know exactly how he was figuring all of these stuff. But I only say the thing that jumped out at me was that I didn't know where in the trucking industry what kind of a deal he had that he was grossing that much. And the other thing was the net. And again, that remember that tax thing? If you make so much money, they're going to call you. I can't think of the name right now. You remember Yoda had some trucks there, and he got tangled up in that. They wanted to tax him on his gross or something.
Mm-hmm.
It started back in the Clinton administration there, and it kind of messed him up. And that's what I was thinking about. I was just wondering, if you get too much money, they want to tax you on your gross. That's been so long ago, Steve, that I've kind of forgotten about it.
We've slept a few times since then, yeah.
Yeah, but I was thinking that Trump did away with a lot of that stuff, and that's the other thing too with Trump. He put back in some things for the farmers, for the co-ops and stuff, and on the tax thing. In a co-op, if you put money back into the co-op, you don't have to pay income taxes on it. And all the agribusinesses got all upset because they have to pay taxes if they're a corporation, and if they're like a privately held company, they're not a stock company, they have to pay taxes on all that. And I know when I worked for the co-ops, they were always upset that as long as we distributed our money, it was called not a dividend, but it was just called a shareholder. Anyway, it went out to all the different co-op members and everything. And the co-op members, they didn't have to pay taxes on it, and we didn't have to pay taxes on it as long as we distribute it to the members or reinvested in the co-op. and corporations have been trying to get that same deal forever. So anyway, they got it away from the co-ops, and then Trump put it back in, and I don't know what Biden's done, but anyway, like I said, it just kind of piqued my ears right there at the end, and I went back on the podcast and played it 3 or 4 times.
Tried to listen again.
I still didn't understand it.
I try to figure this out. All righty. Well, Vic, hey, thanks for checking in. Have a great morning, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, let me jump over to the message that was shared this past evening by the Michigan Madman, another of our good friends out there in the listening audience. I had the cancer diagnosis and the surgery on his throat here several weeks ago. And he updates. He said, well, just got some exciting news from University of Michigan. Doctors told me for sure they got all the cancer. And everything looks great. All my lymph nodes came back negative, and I will not need any treatments of any kind. And they took out all the drain tubes and the feeding tubes. And now I'm on a liquid diet. And starting this weekend, I'm going to start on some solids. How about that? So tonight, I'm going to watch the Money in the Bank race at Berlin Raceway on television and have me an ice-cold Mountain Dew while I'm watching the race. I'm beyond happy right now and ready to really kick up my exercise, strengthening, and build these old-ass muscles back up. The old Michigan Madman is ready to rock, he says. Thank you to everyone that's reached out to me with all the cards, the flowers, the well wishes. So how about, yes, good news from our friend, the Michigan Madman. All right, heard anything about a fuel shortage in Nebraska? Well, that apparently is the case. Truck drivers hauling fuel through Nebraska will be allowed extended hours right through the summer in response to a fuel shortage. Nebraska's governor issuing Executive Order 23-10 to provide emergency relief as fuel shortages affect the region. This order will allow truck drivers hauling gas, gasoline blends, diesel fuel, fuel oil, ethanol, propane, or biodiesel to work extended hours. Any drivers operating under the proclamation are required to carry a copy of the executive order with them, according to KSMB News. This is expected to help reduce delays at some of the petroleum terminals and late fuel deliveries to some of the customers out there. So effective as of June 6th, this order remains in effect until September the 4th. So they don't give any explanation as to what's going on, why in the state of Nebraska having these shortages. Meanwhile, had a major pileup crash in North Carolina Tuesday evening, apparently caused by limited visibility to a nearby fire. About 6 o'clock in the evening, Tuesday evening, Black Creek in North Carolina, authorities say 24 vehicles ultimately were involved on I-795. At least 12 of those transported to hospitals for various injuries, none life-threatening. The crash also involved a propane tanker, but the tanker was empty at the time of the crash. Apparently, there was a nearby wheat field that caught fire and was producing a large amount of smoke and reduced visibility at the time. All right. News break as we hit the bottom of the hour and plenty of room. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Air quality alerts are in effect for approximately 100 million people across 18 states today as smoke from Canadian wildfires travels as far south as South Carolina. At 2 p.m. Eastern, New York City ranked as having the world's poorest air quality, as reported by IQAir.com. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum has entered the 2024 GOP presidential race, declaring his candidacy today.
We need a leader who's experienced firsthand that we win as a country when our innovators and entrepreneurs can soar and when every single person can grow and thrive.
He highlighted the need for change in the White House and effective management of the evolving economy. Former Vice President Mike Pence also launched his presidential campaign today in Iowa, emphasizing that it's the ideal place to kickstart the great American comeback. He criticized the Biden administration, stating the country is facing significant challenges. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration lubricants. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, to jump back into it here on a early Thursday. We get some of the other industry headlines coming up here as the saga continues in D.C. in regards to, well, today was the day they were supposedly going to actually press contempt charges against the FBI director, Christopher Wray. It looks like that may not be the case. Chairman of the House Oversight Committee calling off a vote on contempt of Congress charges against Wray, accepting a last-minute offer by the FBI to allow the full House Oversight Committee access to that document, which is not it's not a top secret or anything. It's just, but he, for whatever reason, not wanting, he's been balking at letting them see it. Comer said in a statement, the committee is removing the contempt resolution against Wray for today, Thursday's schedule, after receiving an accommodation that will give the full committee access to the document. Finally, allowing all Oversight Committee members to review this record is an important step toward conducting oversight of the FBI and holding it accountable to the American people, he says. Now, this is what's been playing out over the last month. It kind of reflecting a larger breakdown between Republicans and the FBI, which is really only intensified this year. Some conservatives talking openly about trying to defund the Bureau. First, about the investigation, the Russian collusion delusion. And then, President Trump. It's only widened amid the FBI's wide-ranging criminal investigation into January 6th, the insurrection. So they made a last-ditch effort to ward off contempt, the contempt vote this past day, offering to give every lawmaker on the Oversight Committee access to a redacted version of the confidential document that alleges that bribery scheme involving Biden when he was vice president. And it looks like Comer also clarified, Pappy, you were correct, apparently. It was Ukraine. Several days ago, Comer made it sound like it was a country that they had not yet discussed. But update, the $5 million bribery scheme linking the Biden family is indeed Ukraine. Comer says, quote, yes, it is Ukraine. This form, the 1023, involves a business person from Ukraine who allegedly sent a bribe, a substantial bribe, to then Vice President Biden. Of course, the Biden family frequently visited Ukraine for their respective business. Then Vice President Joe Biden served as the Obama administration's Ukrainian point person on U.S. foreign policy. He visited Ukraine 6 times when he was vice president. Now, you recall, Hunter joined the board of Ukrainian energy company Burisma April of 2014, 2 years before Joe Biden stated that he forced the firing of the Ukraine prosecutor who investigated the company. Joe approved an official statement about Hunter's Burisma board position, according to the emails they now have. Despite Hunter's lack of experience in anything involving the energy sector, he earned $83,000 per month, or $1 million per year. Now, while Hunter was a member of the Burisma board, Joe threatened to withhold $1 billion from Ukraine if their government didn't fire the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma. You recall in 2017, Hunter's salary was cut in half when Joe Biden left the White House. According to a former Obama White House stenographer, Mike McCormick, Joe Biden allegedly promoted U.S. support for Ukraine's natural gas industry literally days after Hunter joined the board of Burisma. So there you go. The plot thickens, but I guess the 1023 indeed is in relation to Ukraine. Well, what's happening this morning, Eagle?
Yeah. I'm out here on the road now. I got a couple of things to talk about, Steve. Yeah, I'm looking at this truck driver. I don't know, it looked like this idiot truck stop I'm at right now. I'm parked in the driveway right now. There wasn't nowhere to park, so I had to park on the curb, and I could see the road. Looked like a truck driver tried to make a U-turn in the middle of a 2-lane road and got stuck, and the whole trailer looked like it's flipped over, and they got the whole damn road blocked. So I don't know. Hopefully, you can get the hell out of here in the morning. I don't know, the record truck ain't made it out here yet. I was getting ready to go to bed, and I seen all these lights out, flashing lights and stuff going on, the police. And so it's going to take a while to get him out of the ditch. I don't understand why somebody would try to make a U-turn on a 2-lane road. Makes no sense. But that's the new breed of truck drivers we have out here nowadays. They tear up equipment, and these companies are so desperate for drivers right now, Steve. They put anybody behind the wheel of a truck. It's really embarrassing. Some of these guys, they can't even back up a truck when they, I know it takes a while to learn how to back up, but you shouldn't get a guy the keys to the truck until he can back up into a parking space. At the end of the night, it's just ridiculous. But like I say, it's not my company. If it was my company, it wouldn't be working for me. I promise you that. But let me say this, Steve. I want to talk about the presidential field. That's these losers that are putting their name into the hat as president of America. They had a nerve to think that they can beat Donald Trump. And the first guy I want to talk about is the loser that was the vice president for Donald Trump. This guy here has the nerve to say that he wants to be president, Steve. this guy here who possibly, I don't care what nobody say. Well, no, I'm not going to even go that far because he didn't do it anyway. He admitted that he goes by the book, that he wasn't going to help Trump, try to do the right thing. So that's not even worth talking about. But this guy here, he's a total embarrassment. He's wasted his time and everybody else's time, Mike Pence. He's just the Joe Biden. All he is, you can tell by how soft the guy is, all he is Joe Biden as a Republican. That's all he is. He'll be a total disaster. Well, he ain't going to get in no way, but he'll be a total disaster if he was to become president. So Mike Pence, he might well go ahead and drop out now, my man. Because you're not going to win. You might well find something else to do. Now, the next guy on the list is Fat Boy out of New Jersey, New York, Christie. What'd you say?
I'm kind of chuckling. I thought he lost some weight. Didn't he lose a bunch of weight?
He's still a fat boy. Donut man to me. But yeah, like I say, he has the nerve to throw his name in the hat. It has the nerve to talk about he's gonna go toe to toe with Donald Trump. He's already been involved in numerous presidential deals over the years, and it was a complete failure every time. This guy here he's not going nowhere. He might as well take his name out of the hat because nobody's going to vote for him. He don't even get support out of his own New York or New Jersey. Those people don't even like him. So he's not going nowhere. If he thinks he's going to get more votes than Donald Trump, people in New York, they like Trump way more than they like that loser. Now, let's move on to the next so-called contender. And that's another guy, this black guy out of South Carolina. I think that's where he comes from. He has the nerve to think he's going to win. He's a nobody candidate. Nobody's going to support him. He don't even get support from his own people in South Carolina. So nobody's worried about him. Nikki Haley, same deal with her. She's not going nowhere. All these people are wasting their own time and money, Steve. Donald Trump has a clear lead, clear advantage over everybody going into the deal. Only thing that'll stop Donald Trump, I understand that they still trying to throw this case at him. They trying to work a deal out. I heard on the news today. You probably heard about it. They still trying to get him for this classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, all the headlines are all making it sound like they're going to charge him probably in the next few days. I don't know. Yeah. I heard they tried it, but it's not going to work. Donald Trump has the best lawyers in the world. He's gonna slap them in the face just like he slapped them in the face with this last case. Donald Trump's he's sleeping. I guarantee you, Donald Trump's sleeping real good tonight. He's not worried about that. He got the best lawyer. He knows this is a bogus case. He's not the first president. Joe Biden. He had this loser admitted that he had classified documents in his garage in Delaware. So, like I said, but you don't see them process. But that ain't gonna happen. You and I both know that good old Joe Biden ain't gonna never be prosecuted because he has the FBI and all these people in his back pocket. So that anything he does, Hunter Biden, the whole deal, it's not even worth talking about no more because nothing's gonna happen to Joe Biden. Only way it'll happen, Steve, is when he leaves the White House and Donald Trump decides to put the foot to him, and that's what I hope Trump does when he do get out of the White House. I hope they investigate Joe Biden just like they investigating Donald Trump, and I promise you. That they will find all kind of bad stuff that good old Joe Biden been up to for the last 10 or 20 years. So hopefully Donald Trump will put his people to work when he get in the White House and give Joe Biden the justice that he deserves. Because I'm about fed up with that guy. Been fed up with him. So here's how it goes, Steve, with the Trump situation. He was talking today about the border situation, wide open border situation. As a matter of fact, I forgot to tell you about the shooting that they had down in Texas, Steve. And it is a definitely known MS-13 gang member did this shooting in San Antonio, Texas. It happened over the weekend. There was a guy that was in a barbershop, so-called rapper from the San Antonio area. He was in the barbershop getting his hair cut, and a man just walked into the barbershop and shot him point blank in the head. They saying that this was an undocumented man. They from one of these southern countries. I can't remember what it was, but this guy was sitting in the barber's chair getting a haircut. Man walks in there, shoots him point blank in the head, and eliminates him.
just like that. So we already seeing. I told you, you can go down in the San Antonio, Austin, Texas area, Steve, and you can see the gang graffiti all over the walls and buildings. These people have already infiltrated America thanks to Joe Biden. These gangs. And I think you talked last night about one of those guys. I think it was from Venezuela, an undocumented guy. He killed another woman. He was already in the country illegally, and he had the nerve to kill somebody. You heard about that, didn't you, Steve?
Yeah, they were let in less than 24 hours. Apparently they crossed the border together and ended up in a hotel. Now, why he killed her? Apparently, I guess he took her money. So, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying, Steve. This guy, they're letting in dangerous people. These people, we have no idea who these individuals are. We don't know if they're bank robbers. We don't know if they're gang members or child molesters. They don't turn all kind of people loose in America to the street. Just like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve. Just like we don't have enough criminals and thieves in America, they got to bring some more in from other countries. It makes absolutely no sense. It's just disgusting. And you're going to see that. I told you that weeks ago. You're going to start seeing killings and murders all over America from these individuals that have no business in this country whatsoever. Like I said before, like I told you last week, Steve, those people up in New York City in hotels, $500 a night rooms, they partying, having a good time, watching television, eating the finest foods, partying, doing whatever the hell they want to do, trashing out the hotel. I thought these people, like I said, came to America looking for a job, looking for work. I didn't know they were supposed to be laid up in a hotel room with their legs kicked up, watching television, partying, having a good time. So this whole thing is just totally disgusting. And Joe Biden, it's like I say, I can't even watch him on TV no more, Steve. You know, when he come on the television, I have to change the station because it's just impossible to listen to this guy or to look at it. The way he has destroyed America is really sickening at this point. And like I said, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, the sad part about Joe Biden and for America is we still got a year and a half with this man in the White House. No telling what the hell this man might do in the next year and a half. And if that don't keep you up at night wondering what this man is going to do, I don't know what will. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All righty. Eagle, thanks for checking in. Yeah, have a good morning. Yeah, and as far as you pretty much heard when Chris Christie, they had it on the news break, the outdated news break last hour. Chris Christie's going to go toe to toe with Trump in a mudslinging campaign. I think the only reason Chris Christie's actually getting in, throwing his hat in the ring, I think his goal is to make sure that Donald Trump does not get the nomination. I don't know that he necessarily cares who gets the nomination as long as it's not Trump. He wants to be on the stage so he can convince people that Orange Man is bad. That's the only thing I can figure. Mike Pence, I mean, are these people even paying attention to the numbers poll after poll? They're in the 1 or 2% is all they're polling. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. We return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future, of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, about 8 before the hour, and more on the Canadian wildfires. Yeah, all up and down the East Coast, the Midwest, covering the capitals from both the United States and Canada in that unhealthy haze. Holding up flights at major airports, postponing Major League Baseball games, prompting people to break out their old pandemic-era face masks once again. And Canada is asking for help. They're asking other countries for additional help. Yeah, more than 400 blazes in the country. There's fires in all 10 provinces. Yeah, more than 20,000 people currently displaced. Hazardous pollution levels extending to the New York area. Yeah, parts of Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Unhealthy air as far as North Carolina, as far west as Indiana. Dr. Ken Strump from Syracuse says, I can taste the air enveloped in an amber pale. The smoke, he said, even made him a bit dizzy. The air quality index, here's how bad the air is. According to the EPA, the metric for air pollution exceeding a staggering 400 at times in Syracuse, New York City, and in Pennsylvania's Lehigh Valley. A level of 50 or less would be considered good air quality. Anything over 300 is considered hazardous. Well, when even healthy people are advised to curtail outdoor physical activity. So, the number is at 400. Yeah, in Baltimore, Debbie sporting a blue surgical mask, taking their daily walk around Fort McHenry, the national monument. The air hanging thick. You can't even, somebody, who was it, Larry said, couldn't even see the New York City skyline from the New Jersey Thruway. So it's just crazy things going on there. Meanwhile, what do we got? A couple of minutes before we hit news break. And lines available at 844-844-3388. We got horse feathers, yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, Jersey Turnpike, not the Thruway, but that's
Turnpike. You're right. I apologize.
Yeah,
yep.
So not a problem. But hey, so we got this wafting smoke in the area, Nat, and I'm just wondering how does the solar energy work right now? Is the solar energy is that 100% efficient with this smoke in the air that we have?
I would certainly say not. No, the sun is being obscured, no doubt. It's like having a cloudy day, right?
Yeah, and the way the smoke is just lofting into the United States out of Canada, I don't think the wind is doing a whole lot either. So the wind turbines probably aren't all that effective either at this point, are they? Just asking, just points of interest.
Right.
But anyway, so the I was staying there before I got cut off so rudely by the cell towers that go to just stop working in the area. I was in there all of a sudden. It's what they call the Pretzel Hut, little shop there that sells hot dogs and pretzels that lose cell service every time. But they, so the wife, daughter, and grandson they're all out there in Hawaii, and they're staying at a friend's of the daughter's house. And I was talking to them, and they were getting ready to head out because it was 11 o'clock here, but it makes it 5 o'clock there. And they said they were heading out, going down to the Walmart. And I said, what the hell? You went all the way to Hawaii to go to Walmart?
Right.
But I guess it's the same as everywhere else. They got Walmart and Costco and all that good stuff there and all that. So anyways, but yeah, I just wanted to touch back in with that real quick there. And I was just wondering about the efficiency of solar, how that was all working in the wind and all that. And if we can send $350 billion to the Ukraine and fighter jets and all that, can't we send $350 billion to Canada and maybe our United States Air?
Just write a check, right? A news break time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A group of House conservatives, primarily from the House Freedom Caucus, is blocking Republican-backed bills in protest of Speaker McCarthy's handling of the debt deal. They joined forces with Democrats to vote against a procedural rule marking the first such failure since 2002. GOP leadership had to postpone a vote on gas stove and regulatory reform bills as talks to resolve the impasse continued. Former Vice President Mike Pence launched his presidential campaign in Iowa today, emphasizing the need for new leadership in the White House and the Republican Party.
I've long believed that to whom much is given, much will be required. That's why today, before God and my family, I'm announcing that I'm running for President of the United States of America.
Pence also expressed his belief that former President Trump's disregard for the Constitution disqualifies him from holding office again. A former Trump aide testified before a Florida federal grand jury that's investigating Trump's handling of classified documents. Taylor Budowich, who currently runs MAGA Inc., criticized the investigation as a baseless and concerning government overreach targeting Trump. As Canadian wildfire smoke pours across New York, the state is closely monitoring air quality. Here's Governor Kathy Hochul.
The bottom line is this: if you can stay indoors, stay indoors. This is detrimental to people's health.
Parts of the state are reporting air quality indexes up to 800% higher than the typical level of 50. Golfer Rory McIlroy continues to voice his opposition towards LIV Golf, even in the wake of the recent merger announcement with the PGA Tour. Addressing the media, the four-time major champion openly expressed his disdain for the venture. McIlroy emphasized his wish for LIV Golf to go away by the end of the 2023 golf season, and he confidently believes that it will. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
In a recent Economist YouGov poll, nearly half of independent voters expressed the view that President Biden's health and age severely restrict his ability to serve as president. The poll found that 48% of independent voters share the opinion, while only 11% believe that Biden's age and health have no impact on his job performance. The CEO of the women's workout clothing company Lululemon is standing by his decision to fire some employees who tried to stop some shoplifters.
Video shows 2 men grabbing merchandise from the Lululemon store in suburban Atlanta and rushing out. 2 workers were then seen chasing the thieves out of the store. CEO Calvin McDonald says that violates the chain's zero-tolerance policy on engaging with thieves. He says the reason is to not put customers and workers in danger, adding, it's only merchandise. The incident recalls a far worse one 12 years ago when a Lululemon employee in Bethesda, Maryland, killed her co-worker who caught her stealing merchandise. I'm Richard Johnson.
Tonight's Yankees game against the White Sox is being postponed in the Bronx due to poor air quality from Canadian wildfires.
I actually walked outside about 2 o'clock and was like everyone else, whoa.
Yankees manager Aaron Boone says the game will be made up tomorrow as the first game of a single-admission doubleheader. The NBA Finals resume tonight with Game 3 between the Miami Heat and the Denver Nuggets in Miami. That series currently tied at 1 game apiece. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At the Mule City 300, the Light Pros and Light Supers had just one winner apiece. In Super Farm, if you didn't have a 44, you were outgunned, while National Pulling's oldest and newest classes spread the victories around in Benson. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The association popped the top on its 53rd Grand National Championship season with a 2-night affair at Galot Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina. The Mule City 300 gave the fans of the Carolinas the first taste of all the new horsepower that the Pullers brewed up during the offseason. In light superstock, Adam Spiegelberg of Wyoego, Wisconsin, began the defense of his second title with a pair of blasts from his Detonator Black Case IH.
Yeah, it's not often where you can go and do a sweep for the weekend.
The same occurred in Region 4 Light Pro Stock, where past champion Kendall Beasley of Moncure, North Carolina, and his High Gear Harvester won from both the bottom and top of the lineup over the 2 nights.
What a pass right there, fan. Kendall Beasley. It was a good track tonight. I kind of had a game plan off how I pulled last night.
In High Torque Super Farm, a late draw seemed to provide the ticket to the Session 1 victory for Russ Freeze and his Deer Tracks from Manchester, Tennessee. Freeze and his 4430 were the 15th to pull out of 17 entries.
What did you find in that track here tonight? I don't know. It just took up really fast, so it worked out.
In Session 2, Freeze was a participant in a 6-way pull-off, but so was Tony Sietsma from Allendale, Michigan, who brought his own 4430, the Wolverine Deer, to the fight and won by over 5 feet.
3, 2, 5, 3, 4, 0. We have a new leader. Well, career victory number 9 on the Grand National Circuit. Really good competition, of course, and everybody's friends.
The twin-engine light modifieds made their Grand National debut on Friday night. The name of Farley, Iowa's R.J. Simon will be etched into the ledger as the first ever winner, as his Simon Says followed up a 370-foot test pass with a 324-foot official distance.
That first pass was awesome. I was nervous about coming back to back it up. We did it. I'm super thrilled.
On Saturday night, Les Corporal of Marion, Indiana, dealt some corporal punishment to the young class with a 7.5-foot victory.
He drove out nice and made a little wiggle, and after that, it was just rock and roll.
And in Superstock Open, Friday belonged to the hometown favorite as Holt Strickland, son of 4-time champ John and grandson of Galat team and track owner Earl Wells, notched his first Grand National career victory aboard the Get a Load of That Agco.
The second time behind the wheel of a Superstock Open tractor, and you are a winner here tonight. Thank you, thank you. Everything worked out good.
On Saturday, the John Deeres asserted themselves on the southern sod after Scott Whitworth's Field Forge 6030 assumed the lead on the 10th hook of 12. Delroy, Ohio's Jeff Hodem and Fully Loaded did this.
There it is, 345.02, your winner. Thanks, Dan. It was such a great feeling, great recovery for him last night.
Next up for the NTPA, it's Grand National action at a new venue. The Farley Nationals will overtake the Simon Family's 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa on Friday and Saturday, June 9th and 10th. Also on the 10th, Morley, Michigan and Waynesburg, Pennsylvania will break the seal on the Region 2 season, and Ellsworth, Wisconsin's Showdown in Kurdtown will do the same for Region 3. More information about all of the above is available as always at ntpapoll.com, and Farley will be live streamed at ntpa.tv both nights starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, that's my cue. Back at it here. Hey, it looks like I had asked Josh a few weeks ago if we would be able to get the stream conversation from Rumble. Looks like I guess he was able to work that out because I'm seeing some new icons here, and I've seen that. I said that must be the Rumble comments. First coming in from Cash is King Trucking, who just says, "Hey now, thumbs up." Marshall says, "Good evening. The Veterans Hospital sent out a warning about the air quality for any veterans with breathing issues and heart issues to stay indoors." All right, so that's good. Billy, hey, what's going on this morning, Billy? Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive, folks. 62 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Headed up to Garysburg, then down to Wilmington, North Carolina. Have a great day. There's Russell Miller. Good morning. Getting to listen to you while I'm working the security graveyard shift. Enjoying the show. Yeah, Russell. He's got the Cincinnati Reds logo there, so he, just like our friend Rick there in Columbus, a Reds fan. All right, great to have y'all on board. Yeah, maybe dial us up, say hello. It's 844-844-3388. Hey, get an update on Yellow transportation as the battle between Yellow and the union continues. According to FreightWaves this past day, Yellow is looking to push through their operational changes in short order via a letter of agreement with the Teamsters, according to a letter obtained by FreightWaves from a union official that went to the locals. The company's now looking to further expand changes to work rules as well as the usage of purchased transportation. It did outline a potential wage increase, but noted that it may not be able to fund it without the help of their lenders. A letter earlier this week from the Teamsters Freight Division Director said the struggling LTL carrier has informed the union it can no longer wait for a normal negotiating process to occur, and it wants the union to accept its proposed contract modifications immediately. Of course, Yellow is, in the process of overhauling the network, combining all these separate operating companies onto the same platform, shuttering some terminals, redefining employee work rules. The goal to emerge as a super regional carrier with a lower cost structure. This impacts more than 200 terminals in the East, Central, and South regions. Now, a similar change of operations was approved at the Reddaway terminals out west last year. Many of the changes outlined in the second phase have already begun as terminals at regional carriers New Penn and Holland have merged with nearby YRC terminals. But the current COO in its entirety has been rejected by the Teamsters brass. It's more involved and covers 70% of the company's network, they say. Now, Yellow maintains that they've negotiated in good faith with the union, making numerous changes toward the original COO based on feedback they got from members. The spokesperson said the union has improperly held up implementation as leverage to extract wage increases for the union's members. For 6 months and counting after Yellow first proposed the Phase 2 change of operations, which pretty much mirrored the Phase 1 that the union approved in September of last year, the union still has not agreed to its implementation. Every time it's making a new demand, Yellow has accepted the union's demands, with the exception that a session would lead to implementation of the overdue Phase 2, but each time Yellow agrees to a union ask, the union increased its asks with unreasonable demands. I don't know, what does it mean when I say we do not have time for our normal negotiating processes? Maybe kind of harkens back to what was his name? Spaceman. It was good to hear from Spaceman last week. He made the decision to exit, kind of, in his words, seeing the handwriting on the wall. That may actually come to fruition. So we'll have to wait and see here. What's going on with Wheelchair Dave? Hey there.
Hey, Steve. How's it going this evening?
Doing well. Tell me a little bit about this 24-hour Le Mans thing. When is that? Is that this month, or is that in July? Or
I don't know exactly myself what the date is. I think it might be coming up this weekend.
Okay.
We're going to have to get out there and search and find out. But, now, did you get a chance to listen or pull up any of those Jimmy Johnson NASCAR runs, those laps, those testing laps and stuff that he's doing?
Yeah, you sent me a bunch of them. So as you say, the sound, it sounds like a monster, huh?
Buddy, I tell you what, doesn't it really? It sure does sound like a beast, that's for sure. Good old American ingenuity there. But he's going to be running in the GT class. You know, and there'll be like four classes, you know, running for the 24 hours. He'll be in the GT class. His other drivers are a Formula One driver named Sutton and another one by the name of Rockefeller. Don't know too much about any of those guys, but it's on Jimmy Johnson's bucket list to race in that 24-hour race.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mario raced in that race a few times. Matter of fact, a very good friend of mine raced with Mario in the year 2000 over there when they were using a Panos LMP2 car. Mario and Doc Bundy, my friend Doc Bundy, was one of the drivers as well on that one. But anyhow, it's really cool to see the United States over there participating in the 24-hour of Le Mans.
Yeah, so what do you think about the looks of that NASCAR? They've got it, you know, it's just like, what do they have, certain requirements for the design or whatever? Because it doesn't look like what runs on NASCAR on any given weekend.
They're saying it's an experimental NASCAR, so it's, you know, it's a one-off, I guess, and it's pretty interesting if you ask me. I mean, it's you know, if you look at the United States history back in 1966, 65, the Ford GTs that Henry Ford wanted to beat Enzo Ferrari at his game, so he hired all those people in Ford Motor Company and stuff to build those Ford GTs, which they did in 1966 or 67. A.J. Foyt was on that team with Dan Gurney. They did win that, and they beat Ferrari at their own game over there. It was a big thing. There was a movie about that, Ford versus Ferrari, if you remember. But then Chip Ganassi's team, I think 2008, went back 50 years later and did the Ford GT cars again and took first, second, and third place. They swept. So that was pretty interesting. But yeah, I said to that one on that Cadillac too. See, so we got Cadillac that's gonna be in that. What's his name? Penske. Penske's gonna have a couple of his Porsche prototype cars in it. So and Hendricks. So that's a pretty good showing from the United States in that 24-hour race. Huh?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Hey, if you get a chance, I forwarded to you that fire engine, that Trike motorcycle fire engine. Could you forward that to Horse Feathers? I think he'd get a big kick out of that.
I got that. You said Horse Feathers would like this. Yeah, okay.
I'd like, get his opinion on that thing. It's a pretty unique fire truck to be a motorcycle trike. They could use it right now in Canada, couldn't they?
Probably so. Yeah. So I mean, it almost looks like something like out of like a German motorcycle, like back in World War II era kind of thing, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's a Russian. It's a Russian motorcycle fire truck is what it is. It's I guess it says 1941. I can't even pronounce the name of it, but it's pretty interesting. Oh, also you got your big thing that you like, Dale McDowell.
The Dream.
You got El Duro coming up
starting tonight,
the 8th through the 10th.
Tonight, yes.
So, is your guy Dale going to be racing in it?
Undoubtedly. Yeah, I mean, if everybody in late model shows up for that.
Yeah, that sure is. It's the big one, that's for sure. But I just wanted to check in and say hello and I try to send you some stuff that you can talk about, things maybe you've missed or whatever, or wanted to expand on. Might be kind of interesting to the listening audience and stuff like that.
Yes. I appreciate all your input, your help there, Dave.
Yeah. All right. You take care, and we'll call another time.
All right, have a great morning. Yeah, Eldora. It all kicks off tonight, the 29th Dirt Late Model Dream. 129,000 to win Late Model Dream this year. So it all kicks off tonight. A full program, including $12,000 to win what they call the Twin 25 features. Pretty much the same. They're on, that would be Friday night, right? June the 9th, full program. $12,000 to win Twin 25 features again. Then Saturday, June the 10th, you've got your heats. Then your B features, those who do not make it into the actual, the A main as they got, because I don't know, there's probably 100 and some initially that show up there, late models. So they'll have the B feature events. Then the big 129,000 to win Dirt Late Model Dream. The crowds will be filling in. They're at Eldora Speedway later today. And they do say the grass hillsides will not open until the spectator gates officially open. And people try to get out there and put chairs and blankets. If you try to mark your spot before the actual gates open, they're going to remove your stuff, right? All right, so the Dirt Late Model Dream, 129 grand this weekend, and I'm my Flow Racing subscription expired, and I've been debating about it. They get $150 annually. I mean, I think I got my money's worth out of it last couple of years, but $150, I don't know. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, rather quiet on the phones here. Eagle wanted to finish up talking about the fires and the smoke there in New York City. Welcome back.
Okay, Steve. I had a couple things I wanted to say that I didn't get to in the first deal about this guy. I don't know if you heard the news about. I'll get started with the governor of New York, and then I'll get to this loser out there in California, Newsom. Okay, now the governor of New York said today or earlier this week that he would house some of these immigrants in the mansion that he lives in. He'd be willing to do that. This guy's been raising hell, Steve, ever since they started shipping these immigrants to New York City. This guy they want open borders, and then as soon as them buses start arriving in New York, this guy's crying like a little baby for the last 2-3 months since they start arriving. This guy has done nothing but cry and moan and groan about these immigrants and stuff. Well, you got what you wanted, my man. You kept talking, and now you got it. Now you figure out what to do with it. Now, the other situation is this guy. I don't know if you heard the news. What Newsom said, Steve. He had the nerve to say that he was going to try to file kidnapping charges on DeSantis down in Florida for shipping these people out to Sacramento. What'd you say?
You are correct. I saw the headline about that kidnapping.
Yeah, you might want to check on that. I read that today. I forgot to mention that in my first call. Those people have already signed the contract, Steve. Nobody forced those people to get on those airplanes to fly out to California. Those people voluntarily went out to California. This Newsom guy, he can't. He's wasting his time talking about he gonna try to get him for kidnappers. He kidnapped nobody. California, like I say, it's another one of those loser states, just like New York. They won't open borders, but when the people start showing up, all of a sudden it's a problem. All of a sudden, now they got to deal with reality that these people are there, and now they got to take care of them. They should have put a stop to it a long time ago. And now I don't feel sorry for the state of California, nor do I feel for the city of New York City or New York State, because these people got what they kept flapping their mouth about open borders and being woke and this and that. And now the busloads are coming in, and now they're raising all kind of hell, Steve. But like I say, nobody has been forced to be when these people that they transporting out of Texas, all these people have signed documents. All these people have said that it was okay for them to be transported to other towns. Nobody nobody is forcing these individuals on these buses or planes to get them to their destinations. So Newsom can forget about this garbage that he's kidnapping for the governor of Florida, because it's not going to work, my man. You need to deal with the problem now. And I would continue, if I was the governor of Florida, I would continue to send those people to California. I'd send as many to them as I could in all these other states that continue to flap their mouth about these immigrants, because they're, like I said, the easiest thing to do, Steve, instead of them doing the right thing and closing the border down and shutting it down. And guess what, Newsom? Guess what, the New York City mayor? Guess what? You wouldn't have this problem if they would have shut the border down and kept the wall, construction of the wall, and then kept all the Trump deals intact like they were supposed to. We wouldn't be talking about this tonight. So you ask me if I feel sorry for either one of those losers, and the answer is a big fat no. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
There you go. Yeah. I don't know. Did he say governor initially? Yeah, the governor in New York, yes. Horse feathers, it's a female. He's talking about the mayor. There at the end, he did say Adams. It's Eric Adams is the mayor. And, earlier this week, Adams actually threw out the half-baked idea asking the people in New York to take some of these folks in, let them live in your place. Local homeowners would get some compensation of some sort to put up asylum seekers. Putting forward the proposal, as he revealed that religious leaders had agreed to start housing adult male migrants overnight at 50 places of worship scattered across the 5 boroughs next month. But many of the people there in New York are saying, hey, we can't even afford a decent place to live. Why are these illegals getting a free ride here? And that's a good question.
USA News update. Air quality alerts are in effect for approximately 100 million people across 18 states today as smoke from Canadian wildfires travels as far south as South Carolina. At 2 p.m. Eastern, New York City ranked as having the world's poorest air quality, as reported by IQAir.com. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum has entered the 2024 GOP presidential race, declaring his candidacy today.
We need a leader who's experienced firsthand that we win as a country when our innovators and entrepreneurs can soar and when every single person can grow and thrive.
He highlighted the need for change in the White House and effective management of the evolving economy. Former Vice President Mike Pence also launched his presidential campaign today in Iowa, emphasizing that it's the ideal place to kickstart the great American comeback. He criticized the Biden administration, stating the country is facing significant challenges. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello to all our listening friends wherever you might be around the world. At this hour, we got Canada tuned in. Netherlands. Hello in the Netherlands. Somebody, we've had a pretty regular listener on almost a nightly basis there in Ukraine, as well as the United Arab Emirates. I wonder if that might be some like our military personnel stationed overseas. I just don't know. It's pretty wild, though, how you can see around the world the map where you've got folks tuned in. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up. Let me get back to New York, and here's the idea. And you can't believe the numbers here. They're the plan of offering to compensate people to take in asylum seekers into their home. It's costing the city $380 a night to put these up in the hotels in the city. $380 a night. Now, they didn't give exact numbers, but they said the city would pay places of worship, which many of them, and I guess they're agreeing to do this, they're going to give the churches $125 per night for each asylum seeker that they take in. But they're saying, well, that's cheaper than $380 for the hotels. They didn't say how much they're going to pay individual households if they actually take asylum seekers in. Now, if the private residence plan actually goes forward, that would mean New Yorkers are actually being paid more to host an illegal than a foster parent is given to raise a child in the state of New York. The state right now pays a daily allowance of $40 for children aged 12 and older in a foster home. So Adam says, well, it's cheaper and it's a good investment for us to actually go to a family and assist them instead of placing people in large congregate settings in these emergency hotels. Then if you're a family member where you're bilingual, you're going to be able to help the bilingual person that's coming here. All right, he acknowledged City Hall would need to get over a 30-day rule for the plan to work. Asked for a bit of clarity, the City Hall spokesperson said New York law cited a law that requires a guest to be living in a residence for 30 days before they can legally become a tenant. We're trying to navigate all the rules to see if we can get it done. All right, some homeowners were quick to rip the mayor's plan as, quote, nuts. Are you nuts? And it's a half-baked idea given the scarcity of details. One resident says it would be absolute bedlam. And again, of course, one townhouse owner there for 24 years said, why are these migrants getting a free ride when many New Yorkers here, actual residents, can't even afford a decent place of their own to live in? True fact. Why are they getting the free ride? All right, let's see what's going on with 5-7, I believe, on board. What's going on?
Hey, watching them after you let go of the rope in a tug of war, watching them land on their foot. It's sad because they're people, but you just gotta laugh. I mean, hey, it's what you wanted, and you gotta stay out of the cesspool. That's what I say. I've seen something. I don't even know how to deliver this. There was a little blurb on Newsmax. Real American Voices. They had a congressman on and talking about, they're going to indict Trump, and this one made mention that it may have more to do with what he does have in his personal record. Trump may have the evidence on Crossfire Hurricane that they're trying to get, and other things they're trying to get, and possibly because of what the corruption we got now, the FBI obviously corrupt. Good to see they cracked. It is good to see they cracked here on this Joe Biden's scandal. But we still got the one key person, that's Merrick Garland. It ain't going nowhere because he's not going to move. He's going to defend the president. And you can see where him keeping this information close to his chest until it can be used. And they are terrified of him getting in office. And a lot of heads will roll, but a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money. Let's put it that way. And with 4 years, he won't care, Nick. Next time he won't have to worry about the election. So it will be interesting if that comes about. But I'm going to say this: the corruption that we're seeing in our government is, I guess we've seen it in the past. You've got John F. Kennedy, all right, and just what if they put Trump in D.C. jail? Epstein. I'm not saying nothing here because I know the feds are listening, or people are listening. So you got to watch what you say in this country today. But hey, I want to brag. I want to brag. It's not the guns and the beanie weenie boys that got this. This is our votes. The only reason why we're at where we're at is we've got somebody out there, and mind you, Jim Jordan, amazing Ohio senator. It's just amazing. Where's Tim Scott? If he'd been out there, he's been out there. It'd have been amazing to have him out there. but it's our vote that's barely holding them to account. And yes, nothing's happening right now, but there's going to be a lot. If we do get the power, we do got all this evidence. And Eagle was mentioning quote, I can't say they're all losers. Tim Scott's okay where he's at. You know, he's on his second term. I voted for him twice. Face it, when South Carolina, when they get up there, you don't have much choice. Democrat, Republican, and I'm going to vote on the Republican Party. During the primary, that's when I get to do a little bit of, try to do a little rearranging, but they still get in office. But let's go down the line. Christie, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, all of them turned on Trump on the 6th. Mike Pence, okay, I had to do this. This was my job. I didn't have, but he could have opened his mouth right there and said, and made it state, I'm going to vote, do my job. But it's been a very irregular, and there's evidence of corruption in this election. Mm-hmm. And do your job. I didn't some time that you could have done something, but you just made yourself a part of the swamp. And that's all. And the American people, you turned on the American people. That's the way they see you. But they did all the way down the line. Nikki Haley come out almost the next day on the 6th and was going right at just hitting Trump hard. And then about the 7th or 8th, she come back on and, she was pro-Trump again. I guess she started smelling the winds of the flames coming her way. But, everybody on there is, swamp people. And apparently right up to DeSantis. And he's good for Florida. Keep him down there. But this kidnapping charges. That'll be interesting. But right there, the Democrats are using our legal system to tear down their political opponents. And I don't know, where's the Supreme Court? Can they not be proactive? Question mark there, Steve. I guess not.
Where are they? Yeah, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're sitting back there. I mean, they're being threatened. Their power of the courts being threatened. I mean, they come to the House. Ted Cruz got all over him and said, where were you? I mean, right there you had evidence where your bosses were telling you, do not arrest anybody. That's at these judges' houses during the time of protest over the Roe versus Wade decision.
And the one individual that actually went to Kavanaugh's place you planted to kill the guy.
Yeah, where are you, Supreme Court? It's getting to be like this. Anybody that wears a robe and has to make decisions for you, it don't work out all that well. Be it white or black. So, robe that is. So, all right, like I said, I didn't know how to deliver but Trump might have something in that box of records, and that's why they're freaking out. And they're going after him so hard. So they're doing everything they can do. And just whatever y'all do, don't get tired and go vote. That's all I can say, because that's the only tool we've got. And so far, what you see going on now is not the beanie weenies and the bullets. It's your vote. And as long as they care about your vote, that means they care what you have to say. Other than that, we're going to sit back. We're on our way down to South Georgia again and a load of shavings. And we're going to be copying the mail. 5-7, we down.
There you go. Sounds like a plan. About 15 before the hour. All right. Let's see. Someone had just inquired if you heard anything from Cue Ball lately. And, well, looky there. What's happening, Cue Ball?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Hey, I was thinking this whole Mike Pence thing. First of all, I agree with Eagle. Pence doesn't stand a chance.
No,
not after 1-6. Number one. Now, this whole thing with Pence. Let me just get into that real quick. Sounds off topic, but it's not. You remember that bridge in Memphis, West Memphis, Arkansas, Memphis? That big crack in it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Turns out that bridge was inspected, certified, if you will, to be safe for a few years. Even though that crack was in that bridge, you know, they had the photographic proof that crack was at least 2 years old. And I commented at the time, who's handing out the no-show jobs for a bridge inspector? Remember that guy? He was inspecting bridges and certifying these things safe.
Right? Yeah, man.
Even though
Mr.
clearly
Big Crack.
there was problems with the bridge.
Yep.
Right? So he knew, well, he actually didn't even do nothing about it. He didn't even know. I mean, it's not like he had to x-ray the bridge. He just looked down and go, yep, it's broken. Right? It was very obvious. But he didn't even do his job. But he still certified the bridge was safe, right? So is this whole certifying the election thing an official thing where you're actually certifying that the election was true and correct? Or is this just a ceremonial thing, which you may as well not even do because it's just bullcrap anyway? In other words, Pence knew there were problems. And rather than say, hey, there's problems, we need to get to the bottom of this, he certified where he knew to be fugazi. And that's unforgivable. This isn't some, this wasn't some, like, Mickey Mouse thing that didn't matter to nothing. Everybody knew it. Everybody saw what had happened. The 5 different cities, the Pennsylvania not even following their own constitution. How do you get away with that? Pennsylvania, the way they did the mail-in ballots. That's not even, that goes, they had to have a constitutional amendment to change it, and they didn't do it.
Right. Well, that was in the guise
of, How do you certify
it was an emergency, though. We were in a pandemic emergency.
Okay, sure. Just like there's always an emergency. Just like this thing with the smoke in New York. Everyone's running around, we need a 95 mask. How much marijuana they smoke? And all of a sudden they're worried about a different smell? Or is it a different haze in the air this time? Oh, okay. So how worried are we really? We're not. The point is there's always an emergency. And that's how they're getting away with this nonsense. But the fact of the matter is, listen, I'm not like the smartest person on planet Earth. I certainly ain't no lawyer. But how the hell can you certify something when you know it's fugazi? That's the problem. That's why he doesn't stand a chance. Not for nothing. The other problem with Pence, he's soft. He's very soft. He's Mr. I don't want to say anything that might offend somebody. Are you kidding me? In this day and age, who was it? Somebody called in, I think, on a Hannity show and said, Trump's policies were good, but he had the morality of a gutter snake. Well, guess what? You're fighting gutter snakes, so you send one of our snakes in there instead, right? Because these little softy guys, they ain't going to work. They ain't going to work. Anyways, so that's my thing with Pence. This thing, we were talking earlier about Todd Spencer saying all these things we've done with the trucking industry, all these regulations, how they haven't changed anything.
Mm-hmm.
I saw an article, they haven't actually, as a matter of fact, they've gotten worse, not better. I saw an article the other day. Apparently, I forget which government agency, one of them alphabet boys, is looking at the Freightliner. They're looking at Freightliner over these trucks, their automatic braking systems.
Correct.
Just lock these trucks down for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're putting all this crap in these trucks. Matter of fact, it was kind of funny. I had a subscriber reach out to me the other day, and works for a pretty substantially large company, an international company. I'm not going to say who. That was looking to get into the trucking game, and they wanted to say, "Hey, what kind of thing could we do? Do you think that would make your life better?" And my answer was, all this nonsense you're trying to put in trucks, these electronics, take them the hell out. Let's go back to you have to know to turn your headlights on. And right above my switch for my headlights, it says LIGHTS. Right next to that is MKRLTS. Next to that is FOG space LTS. You have to know how to read English to know which buttons do what. I don't need a computer. In other words, you look at a modern truck, it's hieroglyphics. It's like the switches are written in emojis. I don't know what any of these things mean. It's just pictures. The funniest one of all is the truck farting. That's something to do with the DEF system or the regen or whatever. I don't have that nonsense. But I've seen pictures of these things. It literally looks like a picture of a truck farting. I'm like, okay. So it just get back to basics here. The big thing with the ABS systems on these trucks. I'm sorry, but a skilled truck driver can outstop an ABS. But you got to have one with skills. It used to be you had to know what you were doing to drive these things. And I don't know how we're ever going to get back to basics in this industry to where we can ever start getting to where true safe drivers are actually driving. The people that actually know how to run the equipment. Did you see the video? There was a truck driver in New York. We're seeing these all the time with these cars going the wrong way down the road. You see the one in New York? Apparently he stayed on it for a while, going the wrong way down I forget which highway it was.
I saw that video, and I just assumed that was taking place in Mexico. It was Gonzalez Trucking, but yeah, he crosses the damn median and just keeps going down the wrong side of the highway, and it's all on video, and it just keeps going and going.
Yeah, I don't understand. How do we get is there any brain matter between these people's ears? This is basic stuff. How do you get back to back to the no-show shops? How do you get a CDL and be that freaking stupid? How is this possible? I cannot comprehend this. But here we are, and it's like everything the government's been doing. I remember calling your show for years, saying. Sometimes I think that we ought to just give the government what they want. When these highways become killer fields, we'll just look at them and say, told you so. Told you so. But now that's kind of what Todd Spencer's doing now, isn't it? Told you so. Oh, yeah, one other thing. Back to Mike Pence and him certifying the election. Who's vice president right now? It'd be Kamala Harris, right?
That's correct.
How much you want to bet Trump gets the primary win and Trump wins the election? How much you want to bet that Kamala Harris is going to have the stones to do what Mike Pence did? Because you know, damn right well, if Trump wins, it's going to be on. They are going to flip the hell out. It's going to be bad. I don't even, you know what I mean? I look back at 2020, what they did. Can you imagine what they'll do in 24?
Yeah.
Trump wins. Can you imagine? They'll pull out all the stops.
I mean, do you get a sense that I have a sense it's not going to be Trump or Biden that wins in 24. I don't know who it's going to be, but I don't see either one of them.
They're going to hold on to Biden as long as Biden has a pulse, because he'll do what he's told. And let's be frank, he doesn't actually run the show. Everybody knows.
They're walking about like Weekend at Bernie's.
Right, exactly. So as long as he is still, they may actually do a Weekend at Bernie's. They'll just order him a Toronto look-alike guy to wave and look like him. My point is, if he's got a pulse, they'll hold on to him. I still believe with DeSantis, I think he still needs to run. God forbid something happens to Trump. He's a very good number two. The thing is, it's Trump and DeSantis are basically the same, with very few exceptions. They're basically the same. The Democrats are never going to go with an RFK. He's the only one in that field that would actually bring some sanity to that party. But that's not going to happen. I don't think he could be controlled either. And the Democrats, they're top down. You know, there's a man behind the curtain on that one. I still don't know who it is, but somebody takes orders from foreign countries, and that's who tells the president what to do right now. So I don't think they're gonna want to upset that apple cart. I think RFK, a lot of what he says makes sense, except for his climate change nonsense. But a lot of what he says makes sense. But that party's never going to go with that. it's too much common sense.
Right.
They're too into control right now. So, but no, that's about all I got between trucking and politics right now, man.
Hey, it's good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Somebody said they just watched your latest video. What's your latest video about?
Oh, the one I just dropped. Oh, it's just I loaded up a truck. I went down took it down to North Carolina. I'm actually on my way back to Wisconsin now with a different load. But yeah, the latest one, I was just trying to do an equipment shuffle, just trying to show the behind the scenes of there's more to me than just driving the truck. There's, all the crap I got going on at the shop. That's basically what it was.
Okay.
Before that was loading the truck that I had brought down to North Carolina. And Thursday should be, tomorrow, tonight, whatever, should be me loading the truck I got on right now to haul back to Wisconsin. The big, ugly dump truck.
Okay.
But it pays the bills.
There you go. All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Don't be such a stranger. Cue ball. All right, that takes us up to, then we'll close out another hour, and look at there. We'll roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast as we make our way into the early hours of a Thursday. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Air quality alerts are in effect for approximately 100 million individuals across 18 states today as smoke from Canadian wildfires travels as far south as South Carolina. At 2 p.m. Eastern, New York City ranked as having the world's poorest air quality as reported by IQAir.com.
We're encouraging New Yorkers to stay home, indoors, tonight and tomorrow, whenever possible, especially our vulnerable New Yorkers. All New Yorkers should limit outdoor activity to the greatest extent possible.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams extended an air quality health advisory until tomorrow. California Governor Gavin Newsom is maintaining his threat of criminal prosecution against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as migrants from Central and South America are flown to Sacramento.
On the basis of facts of evidence that were provided, and by the way, I was there with these folks directly and listened to how they're human beings used as pawns for a guy's political advancement. That's pretty sad and pathetic.
Newsom alleges that the migrants were lured to California under false pretenses. Mike Pence kicked off his presidential campaign in Iowa today, highlighting the urgency for new leadership in the White House and the Republican Party. He also criticized the Biden administration.
Our border's under siege. Inflation's at a near 40-year high. Gas prices are through the roof. Crime is skyrocketing in our major cities. Our national debt is piling up like a mountain range.
Pence also believes that former President Trump's disregard for the Constitution should disqualify him from office. A former Donald Trump aide confirms testifying before a federal grand jury in Florida regarding Trump's handling of classified documents. Taylor Budowich criticized the investigation as a bogus and deeply troubling effort to target Trump. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
House conservatives, mostly from the House Freedom Caucus, are blocking Republican-backed bills in protest of Speaker McCarthy's handling of the debt deal with President Biden. They teamed up with Democrats to defeat a procedural rule the first time since 2002. GOP leadership had to delay a vote on gas stove and regulatory reform bills as talks to break the impasse continued. A San Diego-based company is filing lawsuits against Moderna and Pfizer over patent infringement related to the COVID-19 vaccines.
The company says Nobel Prize winners Gerald Edelman and Vincent Morrow used the mRNA technology at the Scripps Research Institute in La Jolla. The Union Tribune says Chromosome is suing Moderna and Pfizer for using the technology in the vaccines without a license. The lawsuits say the company is looking for its share of the tens of billions of dollars in revenues from the pandemic after Moderna reported $18 billion in revenue last year and Pfizer reported $38 billion. I'm Jack Cronin.
North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum has entered the 2024 GOP presidential race. He declared his candidacy today, highlighting the need for change in the White House and effective management of the evolving economy. The 7-year leader of North Dakota joins an already crowded race for the Republican nomination. In a recent Economist YouGov poll, nearly half of independent voters expressed the view that President Biden's health and age severely restrict his ability to serve as president. The poll revealed that 48% of independent voters share that opinion, while only 11% believe his age and health have no impact. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay away? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, thank you much for our friends on the West Coast. Welcome into a Thursday. All right, would you be surprised if I told you self-driving cars will actually contribute more to traffic congestion and could potentially be hazardous due to their inability to comprehend human behavior? I wouldn't be surprised at all. New study indicates that these autonomous vehicles, often promoted as, hey, this is the transportation of the future. Well, they struggle to interpret the subtle human social signals that inform driving decisions. Key example of the issue focuses on deciding whether to yield or proceed in traffic. The decisions that we typically make swiftly and intuitively. However, self-driving cars consistently fail to interpret human behavior in traffic. As a result, their reactions can lead to traffic congestion and aggravate other road users. According to the award-winning study from a team at the University of Copenhagen. Lo and behold, the ability to navigate traffic is based on a whole lot more than traffic rules. Social interactions, body language, play a major role when we signal each other in traffic. You may come up to you got the stoplights that are at an intersection, or wherever you might be. I mean, two humans pulling up to stop signs at the same time. You kind of look at each other and, one of you says, go on. I mean, so you move. The self-driving car can't interpret that. This is where the programming for self-driving cars still falls short. Let's see. I've been studying the evolution of self-driving car behavior for the past 5 years. That's why it's difficult for them to consistently understand when to stop and when someone is stopping for them, which can both be annoying and dangerous. We've got various companies like Waymo and Cruise that have initiated taxi services employing self-driving cars. In certain regions here in the U.S., Tesla has deployed their full self-driving FSD model to about 100,000 volunteer drivers here in the U.S. and Canada. Despite these advancements, Professor Brown and his team note that the actual road performance of these vehicles is a closely guarded trade secret, without a whole lot of public insight, but maybe not the transportation mode of the future so soon, I suppose. Well, hello, Hillbilly.
Good morning, Steve. How we doing this wonderful Thursday morning?
Hanging with them. How about you?
Gotcha. Traveling through this smoking Ohio. Coming out of Columbus. It's kind of like a haze. My curiosity is, with all the technology they put into battery-operated cars and stuff, that they comprehend that we have natural forest fires every year that pretty much we're going to eliminate what they're going to save.
How much particulate matter is going up into the air right now, right? And then, of course, later when our fire season really gets into full swing. Yeah, we say this year after year. We can do everything we want to do to try to eliminate fossil fuels, but then you got Mother Nature is going to do her thing regardless.
I mean, you got the forest fires or a volcano.
Yep.
They put out more carbon dioxide than we ever thought about putting out in the atmosphere. But that's always been my question about that. But still like that story about you just told about the autonomous cars not knowing how to drive around humans. I know they had to think about that. But all these sanctuary cities now, everybody's getting uproar now because all the money poured up to their cities now.
Yep.
Oh, it's me. We don't want them now. It's making me laugh. Well, you wanted them. There they are. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
That's about on horse feathers. He's talking about after a firefighters go back behind the trucks, light up a cigarette. I got to laughing because I can remember being on the fire department, being in the house, taking down, looking for hot spots, smoking a cigarette.
Really?
Everybody looked at me and says, "Don't you think there's enough smoke in there?" I went, "What's this gonna hurt?"
Wow.
All right, Steve. Have a good night.
That's funny. All right. Yeah, let me see here. Yes, Pappy, I shared that earlier. I said, how about that? You were correct. It was apparently, indeed, it was Ukraine. This 1023 form is about.
How about that? Yeah, Steve, I don't know. I haven't been able to listen the last couple hours. Duty call, so to speak. So if you mentioned that, I don't know. But Steve, man, did you listen to Bongino today by chance?
I did not get a chance. No.
Let's go back to the when Biden was bragging about getting a prosecutor fired. In his little speech there, he was telling the guy, listen, you're not going to get to $1 billion, right, if you don't fire this guy. And Biden said, well, you said you don't have the authority to do that. Just the president does. And Biden said, well, call him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, so, you know, when I heard that, it didn't click, though, daggone it. It just didn't click to me. But I knew when he said that, I'm like, does Biden know about this? So Bongino's putting two together. Who was President, Steve, when they started spying on Trump?
None other than Barack Obama.
Who was president when the whole collusion hoax went down too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who was president during the Clinton email scandal? Steve, you remember me telling you a couple years ago that when they were talking about Hillary Clinton having a private server, not going through White House channels,
mm-hmm.
and her and Barack are emailing each other back and forth on their BlackBerries, right? In order for Obama to get Hillary's emails approved to his BlackBerry, they had to go through WACA. You remember me telling you that? White House Communications Center, right? And nobody can just call the president. You have to get, instead of blacklisted, you have to get whitelisted. You have to get approval to get your phone number into the president's phone so they can call or email or do whatever. Obama knew she was emailing him through a private server. He knew it. Who was president during this bribery scandal, Steve?
Same
in
guy.
Ukraine.
Same guy, yeah.
Steve, they are not trying to cover Biden. They're covering the golden lamb, Barack Obama. This is all to save his butt, to save his legacy. Many scandals, the VA scandal, the IRS scandal, the Benghazi scandal, all these scandals went down during the Obama administration.
Yep.
And Steve, did Obama know about this? Didn't say anything, or is he part of it? When Ukrainian official told Biden, you don't have the power to do that. He's absolutely right. The vice president doesn't have the power to change policy. Only the president does. That's why they're covering all this up, to protect Obama, not Biden.
Well,
they could care less.
That's interesting.
They could care less about Biden. What does Obama all know? What was he a part of? Right? Was he aware that the vice president was getting $5 million for changing this policy or convincing the president to change his policy? Could you imagine that, Steve?
Things that make you go,
Yes, sir. Did you hear about this Air Force interview with this Air Force intelligence officer about the UFOs?
Oh, yeah, the fact that, that supposedly we had recovered an alien craft that actually had other than human occupants.
Yes, sir. So we got this Air Force intelligence officer coming out as kind of like a whistleblower, right? Another thing Bongino was saying, it just strikes him funny when all the stuff starting to hit the fan real hard about this bribery deal and this treasonous act, how some of this stuff kind of gets leaked as a little diversion. Now, he was saying, listen, I'm not saying this guy, but what he did, he called a couple buddies of his up that are trained interrogators. I'm talking about some of the highest trained interrogators that this country has. I mean, we got a couple in our CIS, these detectives, they go to these schools, to read people when you're interrogating somebody. You learn how to pick up signals, gestures, these sorts of things. Steve, just me doing it on the street, not even being in any special interrogation school. Dude, I'm telling you, when somebody's bull me, I can just tell, man. You know, I just know whether a dude's lying or not, man. The kids can't get nothing by me when they were growing up. You're lying, honey. Come on, man. So what Bongino did, 3 of the top interrogators in this country called him up and said, hey, I want you to watch this interview with this guy. Tell me what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Is he telling the truth or is he lying? 2 to 3 said he's full of crap. One of them said, I'm not convinced, and it's possible he's telling the truth. Not convinced one way or another. But 2 of them
said a bunch of BS.
Yeah, it's BS. He's lying. They're like human lie detectors.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
So just throwing it out there. And he said, listen, I'm not totally disregarding this. He said, it just seems, remember when the balloons were flying over? Let's take the heat off of China, start talking about UFOs, alien craft, could be some like false flag type stuff. I just thought I'd
change the headline.
You
change the narrative. Yeah, you change them.
Yep. I don't know. So we'll see, man. All this cover up. Think about this. You got Christopher Wray flat out defying Congress, House Intel Committee. Just flat out flipping them off, Steve. Now, he's going to put his butt on the line like this for Biden?
Well, oddly enough, yesterday, that I guess at the last minute, he's given in and he authorized to let the entire committee see that document.
Yeah, but he's not providing it for them, right?
He said he's going to let them. He's going to let them all see it. But I don't know.
Yeah, he's going to let them see it. Well, here's the thing. They do not want this committee to get their hands on this whistleblower for the simple fact of the things that I just mentioned. Is this guy going to implicate Obama? Not just Joe Biden. Steve, do you understand the amount of evidence they got in them emails on Hunter's laptop? The 150 SARs, the SARS report. You mean to tell? Even Bongino was saying, you mean to tell me these were years old? This was when Biden was in office. You mean to tell me Obama didn't know about them?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. He was also president, Steve, when that Skokovo project went down. I've been talking about for years, and the uranium deal. When we sold the uranium,
that was
Russia.
When Hillary was uranium one. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Hillary was in the State Department. Appointed by who? Barack Obama. And that's another thing. I've been talking about that for years, see, the Skokovo project. If people haven't heard me talk about it on your show, they need to look it up. I'm not going to relitigate the whole thing again right now, but I'm telling you, man, the Clintons are dirty, what they've done in this country. That's going way above, not even talking about the Clinton Foundation. That's a separate issue in itself, right? All right, my man, you're about at the bottom of an hour. Sorry I missed the last couple hours, but, I had to do it. But, yeah, I'll tell you what, Steve, I was driving out 74 coming out to Territory. Man, did you see the sun? I don't know if you were up yet. This is probably about 8:30, 8 o'clock. Oh man, it was like a blood red.
Really?
And the first thing I thought, is this from the smoke, or is it just because of the haze, or what?
It's the smoke.
I've never really seen.
Yeah.
I mean, I swear I can smell it out here right now. I mean, a buddy of mine was just sitting there, and I'm like, dude, they say it's not down this area yet, but I swear if I step out, I'm getting a whiff of smoke.
Yeah,
man.
today, Ohio and Indiana are supposed to get a lot more of it. I don't think we're going to be quite like New York was, because that looks like, I mean, downtown New York City looks like you're in Mars, on Mars.
Yeah. Man, I'm telling you, I was coming out to 74 westbound towards the Indiana state line, going westbound, so sun setting in the west. And there it was, looking like a big red marble. I was like, man, that's wicked looking, man. All right, brother, hammer down. Hey, still haven't heard from Stephanie. How long did it take her to call everybody back? I thought.
I don't know if she was so busy this past day with others or what. You should have got back with you by now.
Right. Well, I figured she'd probably call, when I'm sleeping. So, I was hoping when I wake up there'd be a voicemail saying, hey, so-and-so called or something. But nope, nothing. So I'll give it a day or two. If I don't hear from her by Friday, maybe I'll call her and say, hey, what's going on, hon? Don't give my room away, man.
Yeah, right.
Hey, are you driving or flying down? I'll get off here, man.
Oh, man, I ain't I'm going to fly.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. Even if I got to leave a day early.
I've done the drive thing a couple times, man, and it's like, you know me and driving. I'm not big on driving anyway, but it's a long drive.
Well, it's the drive home, and the drive down ain't too bad. It's that drive home, man.
That is correct. You got all the adrenaline. You're all pumped up. Man, I'm on vacation 10 days, and yeah, when you get off the ship, it's like, oh, my God, I got to drive all the way home.
Yeah, right. All right. Well, we got over a year to discuss it. So, all right. Thanks for taking my call, Steve. Everybody.
Have a good morning. All right. News break coming up. Speaking of the whole FBI, the informant thing, there's another member on that oversight committee, Congresswoman Anna Luna out of Florida. And she said she fears that the informant accusing Biden of this bribery scheme will be killed. Kind of Clintonized, if you know what I mean. Hold the thought. We'll be back with more after this on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Air quality alerts are in effect for approximately 100 million people across 18 states today as smoke from Canadian wildfires travels as far south as South Carolina. At 2 p.m. Eastern, New York City ranked as having the world's poorest air quality, as reported by IQAir.com. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum has entered the 2024 GOP presidential race, declaring his candidacy today.
We need a leader who's experienced firsthand that we win as a country when our innovators and entrepreneurs can soar and when every single person can grow and thrive.
He highlighted the need for change in the White House and effective management of the evolving economy. Former Vice President Mike Pence also launched his presidential campaign today in Iowa, emphasizing that it's the ideal place to kickstart the great American comeback. He criticized the Biden administration, stating the country is facing significant challenges. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, lines available. Get back to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. I mentioned Anna Luna of Florida. Said earlier this week that the FBI fears that the informant accusing Joe Biden of the bribery scheme will be killed. She serves on the House Oversight Committee. She said she learned of this alleged threat in a recent meeting. She says, quote, just left meeting for House Oversight. The FBI is afraid their informant will be killed if unmasked. Based on the information he's brought forward about the Biden family. She later told on a Fox News interview that the FBI's concerns were alarming and scary. This is the informant alleging the $5 million bribery scheme. A highly credible FBI source with a history dating back to the Obama administration era. What'd you just say, Pappy? The FBI possesses the document from an interview the FBI conducted with the informant detailing the arrangement involving the exchange of money for policy decisions. And, of course, Comer yesterday did reveal it was indeed the country of Ukraine. Yeah, after weeks of stonewalling the subpoena, FBI Director Wray finally agreed to allow members to view the unclassified document. Yeah, now that's so. I guess Comer announced yesterday as well they're not going to proceed with the contempt of Congress that was supposed to be brought to the floor today. So they're not going to move forward on that. But this stuff's it's really getting deep, isn't it? Well, speaking of getting deep, yeah, Bud Light update. So someone this past day said the way things are going, they're going to start losing their shelf space at retailers. And that may indeed be the case. It was America's most popular beer just months ago. According to someone who served previously as the president of sales and distribution at the InBev, the parent company. He said if they don't come up with a strategy to win back customers in the next couple months, they risk permanent market share losses. Now, we know what got it all started. As September approaches, apparently, that's the time of year the retailers look at their sales data from the previous months, and they reallocate how much product is going to be, how much shelf space any product gets. He said the ongoing boycott could lead to their being pulled in larger quantities in favor of other brands that people are buying. Yeah, the former beer industry CEO suggested that rival brands like Coors Light and Yuengling could emerge as more prominent fixtures on the store shelves. This is what the retailers do their annual, what they call reset. He said such brands might offer retailers a better shot at boosting beer sales. These brands will have a better likelihood to succeed long-term because they have more shelf space, they have more inventory, they have more back stock, and there's more availability for the consumer. Latest data indicates that the Mexican beer, Modelo Especial, which is actually also owned by InBev, appears poised to actually surpass Bud Light as America's favorite beer this year. While Modelo is succeeding at the expense of Bud Light, the company that owns both brands finds itself struggling. And I had not seen this number. As of last week, InBev has lost $27 billion in market value, according to the New York Post. In spite of billions in losses to the mothership, Bud Light has not offered a public strategy to win back former consumers. In fact, the former American brand turned Belgian beer has pretty much ignored the controversy as the losses continue to mount. All right, so they go back through the history of how things all started back in April, but if those former customers don't start coming back within 90 days, their former brand might be harder to come by at the grocery and convenience stores, or at least more difficult to find. Bud Light could end up in uncharted waters as a second-tier brand as its competitors enjoy premium market placement with more inventory on hand. The clock is ticking to bring people back, he says. Anheuser-Busch has to figure out a strategy that they need to make a statement about who their customers are and who they're going to serve now and try to regain those customers here now in June and July, because by the time it's August and September, it's too late. Well, maybe in a little deeper than they thought, huh? Well, good morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. Bud Light. Oh. Well, they done it to their own damn selves, and I can laugh at their expense. So there you go. Well, I tell you what, you were reading a letter from the Teamsters earlier about yellow freight.
Yeah, we don't have the time for normal negotiations. What's that mean?
Well, I don't know. But I can tell you this one thing. If the Teamsters got anything out of this, concessions, I ain't seen it. I don't know when it's supposed to happen. But, with the company saying, well, if you vote for it, we'll give you your 60 cents earlier, but, we just don't know. We can't afford it right now. What the hell does that tell somebody? It's like, giving seniors that haven't got the credits to graduate their diplomas, and then they walk off the stage, and then you'll never see them after they made the promise to go to summer school. Kind of like illegal aliens saying, oh, si, senor, we'll go to court. And then you never see them. You don't know where they're at. So I don't know what was supposedly promised. All I know is we're still in the dark as to exactly what is going on. We know that the company wants to make the change, which is all fine and good, but, you don't change somebody's status just overnight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the people, I came in for a line haul driver. It wasn't say nothing about working on the dock, and it didn't say nothing about tearing down a trailer and putting them back together and then hooking them up together. No, my job when I hired on specifically said, hey, line haul and everything associated, at another terminal, dropping your set and hooking up to another set, or even putting a set together, fine. If they didn't have the yard man to do it. But it never didn't say anything about dock. So I think they're going to be on the losing end of that. I think we are all going to be on the losing end of that, because one bunch is not going to give up their quest to become a one yellow super regional, and the other one is not going to give up the fact that, the drivers have already given. They gave 15%, and after a certain year, your hire date, if you were hired before that date, you still kept a pension, especially out here in the West. But after that hire date, your pension got changed over to a 401k. They gave up 15% of their pay to keep the company afloat.
Correct.
And what you're seeing here, even after the infusion of $700 million, it is poor management decisions made back in 2006, 2007. And even though those managers are no longer with the company, you're still seeing a legacy of bad managing right now. I mean, what do they say? They want the one yellow to have a 29% to third-party carriers. Well, New Penn, they don't allow anything in their contract for third party. Redaway was like 6%. Holland was like, 9%? I mean, you got people here that came to the company under good faith of working for you for an honest wage and benefits. You take that away, and you're still wanting more concessions, but you pass away the money that you're given on what, I don't know. And then you got these demands that, hey, we want you to do this, we want you to do that. No. This is what I hired on for. I hired on dock. I hired on for line haul. I hired on for pickup and delivery, P&D.
So while they're working out all these deals, these requests or changes, do not you, the employees, what they call the rank and file, at some point, don't you have to vote on that or no?
after they get everything all said and done, and they present it to us, then we vote on it, whether or not we approve of it or not. Now, what they did out here in the West, I was told there were meetings, and I said, when?
Yeah, right.
And they said the previous 3 months prior to implementation of the change of operations. Well, I didn't get a text. I didn't get a newsletter. I didn't get an envelope. Well, we posted it on the wall. Okay. Well, and apparently the gentleman I was talking to said he personally put it on the wall. Oh, well, if you personally did that, I guess it was my fault for not noticing that you personally put the page out there. So I guess if people know who I am, they can actually turn me in for bad-mouthing the union or a union rep.
Well, who's to say someone personally didn't take it off the wall? You know? So.
Yep. So, but, I've got they gave me a copy of the meetings that are going to be happening this year. And, of course, I haven't made them yet because I've always been out on the road. And I shouldn't have to sacrifice making money just to go to a meeting, when it could be spread over, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of hard to say when you can and when you can't make a meeting. If I'm in, I'm in. I can make it. If I'm not, I can't make it. The gentleman said out of the 75 drivers we had at the time, only 3 of us showed up. I was like, well, that to me tells me there's a problem with communications.
Right.
Of course, now after I've communicated with them, I'm starting to get stuff on my phone like I should have been in the past. So, I don't know. The company says it's all the union's fault. The union says it's all the company's fault. And in this case, I'm inclined to believe the union, because it's just been a long legacy of bad decisions from different decision makers at corporate. Oh, so now we got Pence in the running for president, or the nominee for president.
Yes.
And a South Dakota governor. Didn't it kind of strike you as odd how that South Dakota governor was kind of saying he was the more business-friendly person that understood business? I was like, I don't know what his background is. If he was a businessman, I'd sure like to see his finances. Do they equal that of Trump, or even exceed what Trump has done over his lifetime? And I think Trump was the most business-friendly president we've had in office in a long damn time. Biden, it was, trying to say, hey, my plans have put Americans back to work. No, you haven't. It's coming back to pre-pandemic, which means Trump was a president then. He was the one that had people working. He had the numbers low. People just, they were scrambling to find jobs. They found them, and they found out, what could have hurt the vote for a Republican. Well, it didn't hurt them at all. Everybody was working. Now you have 10 million jobs, but the employment rate is still not quite at what it was at pre-pandemic. He's saying, well, all the jobs that came back were a result of me. No, it's the result of the businesses being allowed to come back and open up that weren't totally destroyed by the shutdown.
Mm-hmm.
And then others have taken advantage, of the spare space, to open their businesses. That is what's bringing people back to work. But then you got that sect out there that's just like those kids in those 2 high schools that are not going to be allowed to cross over, walk the podium to get their diploma. They want things handed to them. They sat down in their parents' basement, eating junk food, drinking soda water, playing the PlayStation or Wii or whatever, Xbox, and they got paid for doing that. Well, you know what? It's done. The American taxpayer's teat is now dry. You have to get out there, put your ass to work. And given all these illegal aliens, free housing, free food,
free
clothing,
ride,
free ride, telephones. Man, how much do you and I pay for a telephone?
And do you
how
think?
Much are the clothing?
Do you think those millions that have already come in are not communicating that back to their other friends, relatives, whatever
Hurry
country
up and
they
get
come?
Here before they cut it off. Exactly.
I'm staying at a $400 a night hotel in New York City. Life is grand. Yeah, well, thank you. Senior Heatwave, have a great morning. We got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, it's been quite a while since we've heard from Kentucky Ken. How you been, brother?
Hey, I'm hanging in there, Steve. When I left the yard this morning about 3 o'clock, I tried to get you on Facebook like I normally listen to you on, and it was showing yesterday, not today. And then I spoke with the famous Gilligan from GMA Enterprises. He said, no, he's on, blah, blah, blah. So, no, I'm doing all right. Don't get out this early normally, but I'm hanging in there on my way to Hartford City, Indiana with the load. And just wanted to say hey and see how everybody's doing.
Yeah, I know you. I guess you start your day typically about 4 a.m., somewhere in that range. Is that?
Usually between 5 and 6.
Oh, okay.
In the morning.
Yeah.
But I was telling Gilligan, I'm looking at a different division, which would be almost exclusively overnight. It's called On Tour Logistics, and you cover all 48 and Canada. So, but you're gone for a while. Like they'll put you on tour with somebody, and you run their equipment and all that stuff. So that would be. I talked talked to a driver recently. He said, yeah, I planned on doing it for a year. He said, I'm in my 5th. He said, it's not for everybody. It's hard at times, but it's very rewarding. So I'm actually going to an orientation and training in later in June. So I talked to them yesterday for a while. They said that it's a growing part of my company's business. So
Okay,
I'm going to
interesting.
definitely take a look at it. So I may be back to being the regular type night owl.
There you go.
So
All right.
I miss nights. I truly do. I miss my night shift. But everything else good? Everything good?
Plugging away, doing well, yes.
Well, good to hear. Good to hear. I was talking, these all this stuff with the all the shootings here recently. I get so frustrated with these judges and not keeping these people locked up. I can't imagine being in law enforcement today.
Yeah.
I really can't. I don't know what's going to change it, but Lord have mercy. They better start locking some people up instead of getting them out on $250 and letting them wreak havoc in society. It's not quitting. All over the country, it's not quitting.
It's just getting worse. All the big, the Democrat-run cities primarily. Well, Kentucky Ken, thank you so much for checking in. Good to hear from you. Safe travels, and maybe we'll hear from you a bit more often now. Got to get to the news break. Final hour just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Tens of millions of Americans are dealing with toxic, disruptive smoke in their communities, from the Northeast all the way into the Deep South. It's from wildfires that are burning in many remote forested areas of Canada. This woman's in New York City.
This morning in the car, I could feel a little difference, like in my eyes. Kind of feel like allergy eyes. You know what I mean? Like you kind of just want to rub your eyes a little bit. But otherwise, I feel okay.
On Wednesday, New York Mayor Eric Adams said air quality in the city was the worst it's been since the 1960s. Air traffic in and out of the Big Apple is facing major delays due to the smoke. In the meantime, masks are being recommended.
We believe that the N95 mask is an important way that people can protect, stop the air particles from getting into their lungs.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul says 400,000 masks will be distributed. White House staff are also briefing the president as the situation changes and sending help for the Canadians fighting the fires. President Biden is vetoing a measure that would have overturned his plan to assist with student debt. The proposal would impact 40 million borrowers. It'll now head to the Supreme Court, where a conservative majority is expected to be against it. The GOP presidential candidate pool got a little more crowded Wednesday.
2 more names can be added to the ever-growing list of Republicans who want to be president. Former VP Mike Pence made his announcement on his 64th birthday in Iowa.
Today, before God and my family, I'm announcing that I'm running for president of the United States of America.
Pence stressed that new leadership is needed in the Republican Party, and he wasn't alone. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum also threw his hat into the ring. Both men attacked the policies of the Biden administration as hurtful to the country. I'm John Schaefer.
The doctors say Pope Francis is fine after undergoing surgery for hernia pains on Wednesday. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
House Republicans in the Conservative Freedom Caucus are now blocking several bills backed by Republican leadership for moving forward in protest of Speaker McCarthy's handling of the debt deal. Lisa Taylor has that.
The group, made up mostly of House Freedom Caucus members, took the rare step of teaming with Democrats Tuesday to vote no on a procedural rule vote for a series of bills. The rule failed on the House floor, marking the first time that's happened since 2002. On Wednesday, GOP leadership was scheduled for a vote on a rule to advance bills related to gas stoves and regulatory reform. But when the time rolled around, leadership was forced to recess as talks to break the impasse continued. Conservatives argue McCarthy's debt deal with President Biden did not cut enough spending. I'm Lisa Taylor.
High-profile lawyer Tony Busby will represent impeached Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton in his Senate trial. The Houston-based attorney confirmed Tuesday he will lead Paxton's defense team against what he calls a fatally flawed impeachment. A new report in San Diego says the low water level in the Salton Sea may be helping delay a major earthquake on the San Andreas Fault.
We found that the stress induced by the weight of the lake and the diffusion of fluid down to seismogenic depth was sufficient enough to trigger past earthquakes.
However, lead author Riley Hill also says the delay may mean an even larger earthquake once the San Andreas does move. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go. Back on a Thursday, right? Very good. The 8th day of June. Hope you've had a good weekend just around the corner here. And coming up about an hour from now, TNCRadio.live. Yeah, Wednesday nights are recorded live, then rebroadcast after the overnight drive. 5 a.m. It's Captain Kirk, Christine Gray, and the group of originals. And even some others discussing the positives and the concerns about the new bill in the U.S. Congress, which it's been reintroduced. It was actually introduced last congressional session. That's the Truckers' Access to Restrooms legislation. See where that goes. 6 a.m. Eastern, Angie Baum talks with Bruce Richards, a driver with nearly 30 years' experience who's seen it all. He talks about how the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund was there when he needed it. He also shares the story of being involved in an accident where the other driver died. It's an amazing hour on Tail Lights with the Bombs. And then Clutch Time Sports, 7 a.m. Eastern, Anderson and Banker talking about the lighter side of the sports world. Yeah, the shocking news this week from the PGA, the NBA Finals, and which deserving athletes have been ignored by their respective halls of fame. All right. Hey, an all new show starts at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern tonight on TNCRadio.live. Bear the Voice, with over 500,000 TikTok followers, joining the TNCRadio.live team to share the truckers' life hacks. Yeah, kind of bringing his unique style and millions of miles over the road to talk about some of the things drivers can do to make the life just a little easier. Take the debut episode live 9 Eastern Time tonight, Thursday night. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Are you hanging with us there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. And she'll be coming up next in a couple calls. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I know. Pick up the phone.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
You sound, there you go. There you go.
Okay, yeah. I had dozed off for a few minutes. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about one other thing tonight that I didn't get to earlier. First of all, I heard Cue Ball. Yeah, I listened to what he had to say. I'm glad he had called in. I was interested in what he had to say about Mike Pence and political situation, and he seemed to agree with me about Pence situation. Like I said, I'd like for him. Hopefully, he can call back in tomorrow night. I want to see what he thinks about this other, situation with the immigrants. But I wanted to talk to you about the main thing is about this situation that happened in Florida. It happened a couple of days ago. I'm not sure exactly when, but there was some kind. I can't remember the exact time it happened in Florida. But there was some kind of incident with a black lady, and a white woman. There was a lot of racial things was said, and they said that the woman had harassed this black woman and her kids. And they said finally one day they were arguing and fighting, and and she did something to one of her kids, a black lady's kids, and so the black lady went over to the white lady's house and was knocking on the door, and the white lady shot her through the door and killed her. And they just placed her under arrest. I know you probably can look up the story during the break. And she shot her through the door, but they putting this woman in. They put the white lady in jail for murder, and people are saying, well, why did she go? If you go to somebody's house and try to knock the door down, what is she supposed to do if you go to their house and you're trying to kick their door down? You know, because they had a disagreement or argument, and the black lady's trying to get in the house. What was she supposed to do? You see what I mean? So they placed her under arrest today for murder. This woman that was trying to kick her door down. What do you think about that, Steve?
Boy, I mean that's a tough one there, Eagle. I hadn't heard about that one.
Yeah. Look up the story during the break. I can't remember what city and town it was in, but it happened a couple of days ago, and they were talking about it. That the woman went to the lady's house and was trying to kick the door down, and the woman shot. The woman didn't even open the door up. She shot the woman through the door and killed this black woman, and they just placed her under arrest. So I'd like to see what you find out about that. And I thank you for taking my call. Thanks for taking my call.
Okay, I'm looking at here. I mean, Florida's got the whole stand your ground law. But, the 35-year-old mother of four killed in a shooting that the sheriff said was the culmination of a 2.5-year feud between these neighbors. Lived in the rolling hills south of Ocala. Heart of horse country there in Florida. Video posted on social media late Tuesday night. The sheriff said this was not a stand your ground case, simply a killing. Many of you were struggling to understand why there was not an immediate arrest. He said the laws here in the state of Florida are clear. Now, I may not like them. I may not agree with them. However, those laws I will follow. The video shared by the sheriff showed two detectives and a deputy escorting the woman wearing shorts, a black top, and a jacket down the hallway, hands behind her back as she walked. According to the sheriff, evidence showed that over time, she had become angry over Owen's children, the other woman, playing in a field close to her apartment. Got in an argument Friday night with the kids, and it got overheated. During the argument, Lorenz threw a roller skate at Owen's 10-year-old son, hit him in the toe. The boy and his 12-year-old brother went back to speak. As she opened the door, swung at him with an umbrella. They told their mom what happened, and she approached the other woman's door, knocked on the door multiple times, demanded she come outside. That's when she fired one shot through the door, striking her in the upper chest. At the time she was shot, her 10-year-old son was standing beside her. All right, so boy, oh boy. Feuding neighbors. Lives changed forever, just like that. All right, hello, Charlie.
Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. This is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. A man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Well, I got some news. I thought I had me another touring fan yesterday. The phone rang, and did you know it? The man said, Charlie, I am a friend of yours. I said, well, that's great. I could use all the friends I could Enterprises wants to remind everybody that summer is almost upon us. We haven't had much rain, but still there's rain to come. And the beating sun, you want to protect your outside pets. Just remember, you got to buy your Pond umbrella today for $19.95 to keep your scaly friends protected from the rain, the sunburns, and all that. But wait, there's more. For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can get 2 Pond umbrellas. Yes, that's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. Just remember their motto at GMA&B Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf, will cheat you, treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
All right,
At
Charlie.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, earlier this evening, Eagle brought up the driver that was attempting to make a U-turn on a 2-lane road. That doesn't work well with a 53-foot trailer. And he was stuck in there waiting on the tow truck. I was thinking, speaking of tow trucks, the guys at Randall Riley Publishing Overdrive, they've done kind of a, I don't know, you call it an expo. They had a story here a few weeks ago about predatory towing practices, after which no fewer than a half a dozen drivers and industry professionals got in touch with them to share their own personal horror stories about these exorbitant predatory fees. I mean, taking advantage of the fact that in each case, the operators and their support staff were pretty much at the mercy of the towing company, sometimes even with the law enforcement officials standing there. Let's see. Owner-operator William Booth, his story a few years back when he was leased to Prime. He misjudged the turn into a gas station, and he wasn't watching my trailer tires. You can guess what happened next. A $3,000 fee for a 10-foot tow. Said I turned a little short, and before I knew it, my 2 trailer tires on one side dropped into a 2-foot deep ditch. I almost pulled out, but the back bumper was dragging on the asphalt. Now, he was loaded with about 40,000 pounds on the trailer. It was in the wee early morning hours, Given the fact that he was blocking traffic, the cops eventually came out and summoned a wrecker. Said I almost fainted when I saw the bill. Came in about $3,000 to simply lift that trailer up 2 feet out of the ditch and swing it over about 10 feet back onto the road. Now, I wasn't in any position to argue with anybody. I was kind of new to the driving thing. And there were 2 cops standing right there with the tow truck driver. He says, that'll be $3,000. I mean, I was in shock. I mean, I could have swallowed, say, $1,500, but $3,000? Said he did the best to forget about the incident, doesn't even remember when or where exactly it happened, but now that he's crossed the country several times since. The tow operator promised to email a receipt, but he said nothing ever came. 2 other readers wrote in about their nightmare experiences with Speedy G Towing Service, Schaumburg, Illinois. There was a small fleet, Windstar Line, said an owner-operator hauling for them had a breakdown after leaving a truck stop in Bensonville, Illinois, coming to a rest at an intersection. Our owner-operator thought she had a problem with either a clutch or transmission. She panicked a little because she was in the middle of the street, so in a hurry she started looking for a service in the area. She came across Speedy G Towing. And since there's a little language barrier, she asked me to call them and ask them if they could help. Now, in the middle of a busy morning, I asked them to come out without even giving it a second thought. Speedy G told them they'd be there soon. Even dissuaded her from addressing the situation herself. She had another tractor nearby that could have moved the trailer at least, but one of my other trucks was at the shipper nearby. I offered to send him to get the trailer and drop it off at the yard, but Speedy G assured me, that's not necessary. It was their tow job, and all right, half an hour later, tow truck shows up, says it'll cost $1,200. Towed the truck about 9 miles, and they say they won't be able to do the repairs. They'll have to get towed to another shop. Speedy G then hit her with another $3,855 bill without even fixing the truck. He paid another company $700 to tow and fix it eventually. But later called the company demanding answers only to get a kind of maddening runaround. Where the suspects had given fake names, false information. I mean, I guess the list goes on and on. Scandalous out there in the towing industry. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Caught on camera, a man on video wrestling a state trooper, escaping, running across all 6 lanes of Interstate 94 during the morning rush hour. Ultimately flagged down, an SUV driver hopped in the vehicle, which then headed into a tunnel and disappeared from the camera's sight. It's about 10 till 6 in the morning, south of downtown Minneapolis, near the Lowry Hill Tunnel, if you're familiar with the area. It's all caught on the Minnesota DOT traffic cameras. A State Patrol trooper was providing assistance to a motorist and a vehicle on the side of the road. The individual involved with the vehicle eventually fled on foot and entered another vehicle on the other side of I-94. But the video showed the man in the back seat of the trooper's squad car before he exited the vehicle, wrestled with the trooper as a tow truck arrived to load the car. Man got away from the trooper, ran along the side of the highway, darted across all the interstate's lanes, and bizarrely, he was able to actually flag down an SUV driver and actually dove in through the passenger side window. Can't help but wonder if maybe he had messaged someone to come out and, hey, I'm on the side of it. Was he maybe in a stolen vehicle? What a bizarre scenario out there on the side of the interstate. Then Pappy had shared with me this past day another incident involving a Denver police officer, lucky to be alive, as his assailant was killed, but the officer suffered multiple wounds after exchanging gunshots early there yesterday morning outside a hotel in northwest Denver. According to the police chief, praising the officer and said an investigation has begun. The man identified by police officials as posting on Twitter as a suspect was also taken to the emergency room where he died. Going back about 4 o'clock yesterday morning, the police officer had been very attentive, parked outside the hotel, sitting in his patrol vehicle, watching the man enter the hotel, apparently to ask about staying in a room, and then leaving a few moments later. The man approached the patrol vehicle and just opened fire, first from the passenger side of the vehicle, then moving around the vehicle to the driver's side, firing more shots. The officer was hit, yet managed to get out of his vehicle, take cover, return fire. Fired several shots until the shooter fell. At least 3 bullets struck the officer. All the shots were stopped by the bulletproof vest he was wearing. The chief says he's fine, recovering in the hospital with his family by his side. He's in a lot of discomfort, though. Fellow officers responded when the officer alerted them by radio of the shooting. Showing up to find the police officer and the suspect down. They say, so far we have no idea why. Why did this guy I guess he had a hankering to kill a police officer. All right, interesting stories in the news here. About a minute before we hit news break, and we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Truck and Phil checks in. Happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Heading up to 76 Fort Wayne today. Looks like 73 Sterling Heights. And don't forget, maybe little smoke in the air there. All right, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back once again. Life is short. Have a safe day. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. And I mentioned earlier, but the jet stream patterns kind of changed. Some of these apocalyptic scenes, almost like a Martian atmosphere that we've seen in New York City, and some of the East Coast. It's supposed to be getting more like that. By the time we get to Friday, they're saying much of Indiana and Ohio are going to be thick into the smoke from the wildfires in Canada.
USA News update. Air quality alerts are in effect for approximately 100 million people across 18 states today as smoke from Canadian wildfires travels as far south as South Carolina. At 2 p.m. Eastern, New York City ranked as having the world's poorest air quality, as reported by IQAir.com. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum has entered the 2024 GOP presidential race, declaring his candidacy today.
We need a leader who's experienced firsthand that we win as a country when our innovators and entrepreneurs can soar and when every single person can grow and thrive.
He highlighted the need for change in the White House and effective management of the evolving economy. Former Vice President Mike Pence also launched his presidential campaign today in Iowa, emphasizing that it's the ideal place to kickstart the great American comeback. He criticized the Biden administration, stating the country is facing significant challenges. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, the battle over the student loan forgiveness program that's been going on for months and months now, Congress had actually passed legislation to stop that. But not surprisingly, the president vetoed that legislation this past day. Now, the measure obviously had been pushed by primarily Republicans, but it actually even garnered a handful of Democrat votes in the Senate as well. Now, Biden says it's a shame for working families across the country that lawmakers continue to pursue this unprecedented attempt to deny critical relief to millions of our own constituents. Now, despite the fact that he vetoed the legislation, it's still not secure because the U.S. Supreme Court, which of course has the conservative majority, is reviewing a legal challenge that could ultimately eliminate the program anyway. That probably going to get a decision on that sometime this summer. Of course, the student loan payments were paused all the way back at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. They are slated to resume coming up in August for anyone whose debt would not be wiped out by Biden's plan. I have a sneaky suspicion, though, that Supreme Court probably going to overturn that. And it's not constitutional. He doesn't have that authority. Well, good morning, Daryl.
Good morning. How's the family?
Thanks for asking. Doing well.
How's Stryker?
I still haven't got to see him again. I got to get over there soon.
How's the boy doing with his training?
I did get to talk to my boy, and he said the training's going well.
Well, that's great. Did I hear Spaceman call you the other night?
You did indeed. After probably maybe a year and a half hiatus.
I thought he'd dropped off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
I always enjoyed his motorcycle tales. He would really describe his motorcycle rides.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an old motorcycle enthusiast.
Yep.
And I remember him going out to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, or somewhere out in there on a motorcycle, and that's where they have the cowboy poetry thing once a year. I've always wanted to go to that. Have you ever heard of any of those cowboy poems that they write out there?
I can't say that I have. No, sir.
Well, they make recordings and CDs, and I have some of them, and it just, they really have some good poets out there. They call it the Cowboy Poetry Contest. And I think it's in January or February when the roads are so bad you can't get out there. How are you doing these days?
Doing just fine. Yeah, it's getting ready for a little getaway with some friends this weekend. We're going to leave out early Friday morning, going up to Brown County, Indiana. Suppose a little touristy area. I've never been up there, but going to spend a couple nights there this weekend.
Well, yeah, they used to have Brown County, Indiana is where they used to have the little Grand Ole Opry. Ray Stevens and all those kind of characters used to come over there to the little Grand Ole Opry.
Uh-huh.
And it's a touristy town. Got all kinds of shops. They'll wear you out walking.
Well, I think the ladies got together, and I don't know where they found this or came up with it, but yeah, that's they picked this and they said, okay, we try to get together like once a year. There's 8 of us all together that get together and try to. Yeah, we've done Gatlinburg a few years ago. We went to Hocking Hills in the past as well. So Brown County, Indiana, whatever that's going to be.
Well, take your walking shoes.
Okay.
I'll assure you they'll walk you to death over there. You keep me awake at night and entertained, and thanks for what you do for the truck drivers out there. I still remember listening to your dad on my old radios and old CBs, and he kept me awake many a night running from Cincinnati to Dallas and back.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later.
Thank you for listening. Thanks for jumping on board this morning, Daryl. You have a great morning. Yeah, I guess I'll find out. Yeah, Brown County. I did a little quick search here a moment ago, and I guess some refer to it as the Little Smokies because of its resemblance to the Smoky Mountains. Things to do in Brown County. I'll give you a full report when we come back next week. Morning, Scarecrow.
Well, see, we learned during one of your news breaks tonight that teen drivers have a higher accident rate during the 3 months of the summer when they're not in school. Now, inquiring minds want to know just how much did that piece of intelligence cost us?
You think?
Duh. Yeah. Either way, yesterday, Steve, I had one of these experience moments in time that I will not soon forget. Now, we have not had any lawn to mow for several weeks, but had a little patch across from our neighbors. It was pretty darn unsightly. And if you've ever seen a combine in dry soybeans before, that's kind of what it looked like behind me. Now, this piece of equipment that John Deere engineered quite a number of years back, but if you go through any forum or such, everybody recognizes it as an extremely poorly designed mower deck. It blows out a ton of material out the left front area of this, which is no problem if the wind is in your favor, but unfortunately, you usually have to turn around and head the other direction. And I'm usually good for about 2 hours of mowing with it in the best of conditions, because the air intake for the carburetor is on that side also. And I mow until it starts choking it down, and then it's a shutdown and clean the air cleaner out again. But regardless, I butchered through this patch of dried up grass and weeds and such, and I just happened to see the neighbor outside, milling around. I hadn't talked to him for a while, so I ventured over there. And now, mind you, I'm darn parched at the time. I didn't have a COVID mask on or any type of filtering, which I should have. But he offered me up a beverage. You can guess what kind of cocktails he came out with, Steve. Take a wild guess.
I have no idea.
It was a Bud Light.
Oh,
×2.
Okay.
Now there's a dilemma, ain't it? Well, so I didn't have the heart to explain it to him. So I made it disappear and such. He offered up another one, and at any other time, yeah, no doubt. But I knew it'd be another Bud, so I declined. But I got the last word in on this one, Steve. It was later on in the afternoon. I stood in front of the toilet, and I pissed that Bud Light away. Darn it! I got the last laugh there. But no, truly, I really should wear some type of mask or protection, because in fact last year I bought a set of sports goggles, keep all that chaff out of my eyes and whatnot. But in fact, John Deere, they even have an optional blowout deflector to fasten to the bottom of the deck to try and control some of that. But anyway, I was watching the report from New York, the air quality, yesterday, and the reporter, he's hanging onto a mask, the COVID type mask that we're all been encouraged to wear for the last 2 years. And now this must have been a spinoff from Paul Harvey, because it was obviously news and comment hour, because he's holding this mask and says, this probably isn't going to be good enough. On the other hand, he's holding a cartridge type mask that might see a coal miner or somebody in a paint booth using. But that was his thought anyway, that would be a better approach. Then cue ball, he kind of reminded me, I'd forgot about this yesterday, and we've talked about these collision avoidance systems and whatnot, on and off, and I have explained that I've experienced the same Freightliner issues as so many others. Well, I can't explain this one, Steve. There was not a overpass, there was not a telephone pole, there was no other traffic, there was no raccoon crossing the road, there was no milk carton blowing across the road. The truck just up and decided, well, I should slow down. It wasn't the extreme brake check, type thing, but it cut all power, and it was certainly braking. So yeah, the technology is so great. So yeah, I just looking at the clock. Oh heck, you got time for several more intelligent type of calls here. So what I have left is more of a trivial type of casualness. So we'll back on out of here and catch up with you again tomorrow.
Maybe try to save for what you like to refer to as Casual Friday. Is that what you're insinuating? Okay, let me see here. Dipsy Driver is on board this morning, as is Gary. All right, good to have you with us. Let's see. Rubber Duck said, that's weird. Didn't show up in the show Facebook page, but your personal one tonight. Yeah, if you weren't with us, I mean, the first hour, I don't know what was going on. Some sort of a glitch, modern technology. We were live on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, but not the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook page. And I think early on, Rumble was screwed up as well. Yeah, somewhere, 45 minutes, an hour into the program, things kind of cleared up. But I think, nobody got their their notification, the ding-ding, the show's on the air and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Gary said, hey, this weekend, Edgewater Raceway there, Night of Fire, drag bike meet. All right, some motorcycle racing, Edgewater this weekend. There you go. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Everybody doing well. And Russell said, yeah, you'll like Brown County, Steve, you and the family. Okay. I did pull up a few photos, and I do see there's some, almost like a Gatlinburgish kind of feel, right? Yeah, the rolling hills, the state parks, several areas, tourist attractions, a couple of covered bridges, and yes, shopping. Surprise, surprise for the ladies. All right. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We've talked several times in recent weeks how we're actually into a new space race. This time around, rather than the U.S. versus Russia to get to the moon, it's the U.S. versus China. And recently, 3 years after NASA and the U.S. Department of Energy announced they would seek proposals to build nuclear power plants on the moon, China has announced they're also seeking to build a lunar base from moon soil within the next 5 years. Now, according to CNBC, Steve Johnson, director of the Space, Nuclear, and Isotope Technologies Division at Idaho National Laboratory, hoped to have the U.S. project well underway by 2028, 5 years from now. We really are striving to bring the commercial nuclear industry innovation to the table to work with NASA and the aerospace industry using existing technologies. And now reports surfacing China is involved in studying the potential development of robots called super masons, capable of building lunar bricks for their future moon base. China expects to begin their project within the next 5 years. According to the Chinese Academy of Engineering, expansion to the moon was considered a vital step to the success for future space exploration. Eventually building habitation beyond the Earth is essential not only for all of humanity's quest for space exploration, but also for China's strategic needs as a space power. China also previously announced they expect to power the manned lunar base with nuclear energy. I don't know, what could go wrong, right? Good morning. Is that Larry?
Yes, Larry. Hey, go down there to Brown County. You have to check out the right outside the state park here. You'll like it.
The state park. Hey, you sound kind of distant. Are you on like the speakerphone or? Maybe didn't have the microphone in place.
That better now?
Not much better. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we go down there a lot and do the horse camping down there at the state park. And you have to try that Sycamore Saloon.
Do they have like a downtown strip or a district or something where like all the shopping stuff is?
No, it's kind of like just outside of town a little bit. It's not a very far drive, but it's worth the drive.
Okay.
And the Brown County State Park is right there in Nashville.
So is it big on like trail hiking kind of stuff?
Everything. They got bike trails. They got walking trails. They got a big area for horse camping. They got a place down there where you can rent horses.
Okay.
But it's well worth it. If you're down there, you might as well take a tour through the park, and you can drive through where the people are doing the camping with the horses. And there's another place down there called Hard Truth. They're big on craft beers, and it's a great big place, and it's right there just outside of Nashville, too. You might want to visit that.
All right. So I'm really going to be there.
And
like
I'm also a first-time caller. I listened to you for a long time. You and your dad been driving for about 45 years.
Oh, no, I got to get me a pen here. I got to take your number down here. First-time caller. So it sounds like there'll be plenty for the ladies to keep us busy. What should we just send the ladies down to shop and the guys just stay like back at the wherever we're staying at? I'm not sure where the hell we're going to be, but we'll stay back and drink beer.
Yeah, but that Sycamore Saloon, they got the best food in town, and I'm gonna tell you what, it's probably, it might take you 10 minutes to drive there.
Yeah.
From downtown Nashville, but it's worth it.
Okay.
You just Google up Sycamore Saloon, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
I will do that. All right. All right, got to get you a $60 code for Hot Shot Secret. First time caller. Have you tried out the Hot Shot Secret product yet?
No, but my boys have. They've tried them.
Okay.
We'll try it out though.
Got to get dad in the program here, right?
Oh yeah.
I've used a lot of the old stuff when you sponsored for WLW there.
I got you.
He was on there.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll try it out.
All right. Well, give it a try, and I bet we'll turn you over to the right side. All right. See, Double R checking in a few moments ago. Said, good morning. Headed for he's having his, looking at the heart catheterization thing today. So, yeah, several folks said, take care. Rick said, prayers for Double R. Hope everything. He had a couple of stents put in several years ago. I think, and with that, I guess he's got to do the treadmill thing, the whole stress test. I don't know if it's every year, every 2 years. I guess he failed to get his heart up to speed on the treadmill here a couple of weeks ago. So they're going to go in and take a look. All right. Hope it all comes out good. 5-7. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was surprised nobody mentioned it on that story about the tire boots, and being able to buy the keys to free yourself up. I figured like Horse Feathers or somebody who lives up in the Northeast would have something to say. Watched a TV program, it's Parking Wars or something like that. It showed them going down a line of cars in the city, and what it was, they had a tag reader. And beep, it would come up showing that this vehicle has so many parking tickets on it.
Yeah.
And they would boot that car. So the car is already on record. But when they boot the car, they're writing it down. It's in the computer, and so you want your car, you got to pay your fines up, all your parking tickets. Other than that, I've seen them.
Unless you got a boot key, then I guess, what do? You just take the boot off and then leave it on the sidewalk next to where you were parked? Yeah, I mean, we ran out of time there. I apologize. We'll return at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for our next edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,